strategy and how we can utilize the strengths of this strategy to organize our open and distance learning activity, instructional activities from the design, production at the delivery stage. So we are going to basically look at the concept of flipped learning and how it affects the operation in open and distance learning and in online learning environments, basically. Let me quickly share my screen. Then we'll go through it. We should be able to do this in 40-45 minutes or so that we have time for question and answer and do some other things. Yes, I believe I'm visible.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Prof. Yeah. Now we're going to look at how we can contextualize flipped learning, because looking at this strategy, we realize that there are a whole lot of things that open and distance learning setting and online learning and even blended learning can derive from domesticating this instructional learning strategy to ensure that learners get the right content and you are able to organize your delivery system effectively. Now, we are going to, this is the outline, we are going to look at the concept of flipped learning, the stages involved in flipped learning. Then we basically look at the relationship between flipped learning and online facilitation procedure. Then we contextualize it. Then we briefly look at the online facilitation lesson plan. So it's a very robust plan that can guide you to plan for your lesson when you are going for online facilitation, either synchronous or asynchronous mode. Then if time permits, we quickly look at the tips for online facilitation. Now let's begin now. Let's begin with the flipped learning strategy. You know, the teaching learning environment is a kind of rich and complex interaction between learners and their teacher. Now you bring in a lot of strategy to manage this interaction. Different learning strategy to ensure that you're able to interact with your students and your students get the right content at the right time, okay, when you operate within this setting. So that kind of interaction will ensure that learners have their roles, the teachers have their roles as well, that the interaction between this role will determine how effective teacher learning process will be, especially in the face-to-face classroom instruction. And we all understand that when you are coming from conventional learning environment, conventional setting, the teacher take up more roles, okay? A teacher does more than 70% of the instructional activities there, okay? Set up the classroom, come up with the content, the assignments, monitors the assignment, see how you are able to do the assignment, get the feedback, do a whole lot of things, okay? That is in the lecture method of teaching, okay? And that is what many of us are used to, especially some of us in the conventional setting. You do a whole lot of things. You prepare your lesson plan, you go to the class, you deliver the content, you monitor the classroom environment, you give tasks, you monitor the task, you receive feedback, do a whole lot of things, okay? Now that is what we are used to. And presently, even in many universities, that is what many of us are still using, the lecture method, okay? However, with the progress in the instructional delivery process, we now have a kind of paradigm shift in the teaching learning process from teacher-centered to learner-centered approach. Now, the teacher-centered approach, as a teacher, you have a whole lot of responsibilities, more responsibilities and roles than the learners. Now, in the learner-centered approach, the learners have more responsibilities and roles. So the teacher is just there to guide them, to facilitate the instruction, okay? And that is why we say this paradigm shift has led to the teacher from being a sage on stage. We will see this diagram now. This is a teacher being a sage on stage. He is the custodian of the knowledge. He has almost everything. He will just dish out information. The students are there receiving the information from the teacher. So it's the sage on stage. That is in this teacher-centered method. But in the learner-centered method, the teacher now becomes a guide on the side. He allows learners to construct learning, to interact, to collaborate, and he will just guide them. He will just facilitate the instruction. And that is why in open and distance learning and in online learning environment, we don't call them teachers. We don't call them lecturers. We call them facilitators. We call them tutors or instructors, because that is exactly what they do. They don't teach directly, but they facilitate teaching learning process. So this paradigm shift will require you use different kind of learning strategies. So learners can have the benefit of learning with different strategies. And lecturers can now have the benefit of using learning strategies like collaborative learning, cooperative learning, problem-based learning. All these strategies ensure that learners have more roles and responsibilities within the instructional system. And one of the learning strategy that we can use, especially in the open and distance learning environment, and also in the conventional setting, is this flipped classroom instruction, okay? This flipped classroom instruction is a learning strategy that will allow learners to take active role in the instructional process. So the flipped learning has come as a positive response to ensure active participation of learners in the instructional process. They are not longer passive recipients of information from the lecturer or the teacher. They are now co-constructors of knowledge. They work together to construct knowledge, and the teacher is just there to facilitate the instructional process and ensure that everything is right at a point in time. So when you have this kind of learning strategy, it has defined the distance, online, and blended learning environments. That's redefined it, okay? Because if we look at it, we are going to consider this very soon. If you look at it, all the stages in flipped learning, okay, are in line with what we do in open and distance learning and in online learning environments, because it tells you exactly what to do at a point in time, what your students will do at a point in time, so that everything will go on smoothly within the instructional process. So it has redefined distance, online, and blended learning environments to ensure that we have learners that are actively involved in the teaching learning process. In fact, you see this definition now given by Trash 2020. She defined flipped learning as a blended learning model. Okay, see this one, blended learning model, in which learning activities in the traditional classroom are reversed or flipped to allow learners to interact with the content before coming to the class for interaction. Okay, so basically we will see from this definition that it works perfectly well with blended learning environments. Okay, because if you are blending, if you give, if you merge, for instance, face-to-face with online learning situation together, it means that you need to give some information or some content online, okay? And that is what flipped learning emphasizes. So it's a good way to blend your learning strategy or your learning delivery system to ensure that learners have access to the content. So what is called flipped, in essence, is that you give content before learners will come to the physical class, the physical face-to-face class. So it's a reversed case now. You know what we used to have in the lecture method or in the conventional method is that you initiate everything in the classroom. You teach everything in the classroom. You come to class, you deliver the content. Then you go just give students assignment or homework. But in this case, students have access to the content before they come to class. So they are coming to class fully aware of what they are going to discuss. So the basic things they need to do when they come to class with you in the physical classroom environment are to interact and to discuss. Okay, so the strategy was popularized mainly by Jonathan, these two people. They were secondary school teachers, chemistry teacher, in USA in 2007. And how did they start? They just started by recording their classroom lectures so that students can access the classroom lectures at home before coming to class. When they just discovered that, okay, learners have a lot of things to do within the school system. They have extracurricular activities. They have so many things. They just say, okay, why can't we record our class sessions and give them access to it before they come to class, so that when they come to class, they interact, they discuss. Okay, see this diagram now, see this picture. You will see that out of class, what do you do? Okay, you support them. Those are the things you do. You have access to the resources out of the class before you come to class. So when you come to class, you have group presentation, you have feedback, you have assessments. Those are the things you do when you come to class. That is exactly how flipped learning works, okay? That is in the face-to-face classroom setting, because that was how it started. It started with the face-to-face classroom interaction, not online, not even blended, face-to-face. They just thought of it that, okay, in the school, when they have so many things to do, let's give them access to the content before they come to class, okay? So in this case, when you are using flipped classroom strategy, you should take note of 3 main stages that this strategy emphasizes. It emphasizes 3 main stages. Okay, it emphasizes the pre-class, the activities at the pre-class, that is the pre-class stage, the in-class stage, that is what you do in the class, and the post-class stage. Now let's examine this now. The pre-class stage involves all the instructional activities that should be carried out by the teachers and the learners before the face-to-face interaction. So before your student will come physically to attend lecture, what are those things that you need to do? Pre-class, that is before the physical class. Okay, those activities, what are you going to do? And as a teacher in the conventional setting, you need to do what we call pre-class activities, like sending the content to them. It now depends on you. You can package the content in different formats. It can be an audio format. It can be an instructional video. It can be a mail. Just type mail, like they send them emails. Okay, you can flip so many things. You know, in some cases, some people think it's only video. When I say pre-class activity, they will just think it's only video that you can send. No, you can anything. Just package your content in whatever format and send to them. Okay, that is pre-class. So when you record your audio, you have your instructional video, for instance, or it might just be a text, or you can just put some text in the mail and send to them, let them have access to the content, anything that you can use to package your content and get the content across to your students, okay? Those are the things you need to do at the pre-class stage, okay? So before the final, before the meeting in the physical setting, you should have done that. And that is the basic responsibility that you need to do as a teacher. I'm talking about the conventional setting now. I will still go to the open and distance learning and online learning environment now. So that's the pre-class stage. Now at the in-class stage, this is activities inside the class. So when your students have been exposed to the content before the class, so when they come for physical interaction, the physical classroom setting, the face-to-face classroom setting, what are those things that you are going to do? Okay, that stage is the in-class stage, what you do in the physical classroom interaction. So when you enter your class, your students are there, they've had contact, they've had access, okay, to the content before coming to class. Maybe you send them content, okay, we're going to discuss elements of multimedia resources. Okay, you've said there's something like that. Maybe you've done an instructional video, you've sent to them, you've been able to send some text to them as well, okay, before the class. So when you now come to class, what do? That is the in-class stage. At the in-class stage, okay, for the physical face-to-face classroom environment, you now allow them to discuss, to interact, to do presentation, okay? All those things that will be based on what they have been exposed to before the class. Those are the things you do at the in-class stage as a lecturer. So the core activities at this stage are interaction and discussion. Okay. Why I'm bringing this up, we'll get to know when I get to the facilitation session, because a lot of misconceptions are going on when people adopt this learning strategy. Now, lastly, the post-class stage, that is the reflection stage. Okay. At that point, that is the stage outside the physical face-to-face classroom interaction. So when your students leave the class, okay, that stage begins now. What would they be doing? Okay, how do you still engage them post-class? Okay, it's a stage where students will have to reflect. In fact, scholars have said that the essence of learning is in the reflection. Okay, the essence of learning is in the reflection. Okay, how active the learning, teaching learning process will be, or the instructional delivery will be based on how students are able to reflect on what they have learned, and they are able to create their learning experiences. All this will be done at the post-class stage. So at this point, learners reflect on what they have learned and explore other opportunities to build their learning experience. So that's what actually happens at the pre-class, in-class, and the post-class stages in the face-to-face conventional, the conventional setting, where you see your students, you sit down with your students, you learn, you teach them, they learn. Okay, we're not going to the online learning yet, but these are the things you need to take note. You need to do as a teacher when you want to use this flipped learning instructional strategy to teach your students. Now, let's quickly look at, I mentioned earlier that many of these stages are in line with what we do in open and distance learning and in online learning environments. We do a whole lot of pre-class activities, in-class activities, and post-class activities. And that is why we are thinking of, okay, if you can contextualize this, if you can domesticate the teaching learning, this learning strategy, it will help you a lot to organize your instructional delivery, and even at the design and the development stages as well. Okay, you know exactly what you do before you engage your students, when you are engaging them, and after the engagement. That's post-class. So one aspect of online learning that we can use flipped learning is the online facilitation. We all know what online facilitation means. It can be synchronous or asynchronous. Asynchronous online facilitation means that you are real time with your students. Okay, you are online with your students using a video conferencing tool, Zoom and other video conferencing tool. So it will be physical, it will be real time. You are there real time. You are speaking, they are seeing you, they are speaking, you hear them as well. That is synchronous. Then we have asynchronous activities as well. That's part of the online facilitation. Asynchronous means it's not real time. Activities that are not real time. So after that synchronous session, anything after that is asynchronous. Like Professor Juliet mentioned, discussion forum yesterday, that is asynchronous learning activities. Okay, you do that, you don't do it real time with your lecturers. Okay, you do it after the real time activity. So online facilitation, either we are not talking about the synchronous or the asynchronous, is a learner-centered instructional approach. What I mean by learner-centered instructional approach is that learners have a whole lot of responsibilities and roles, okay, during facilitation process. Learners have a whole lot of responsibilities and role. You know, when Professor Juliet took us through a discussion forum yesterday, you will discover that learners will have to do a whole lot of things, and the lecturer or the facilitator will be there to just moderate the activity, to just facilitate the activity. Learners will be the one to discuss, to interact, and do a whole lot of things. So it is a learner-centered instructional approach. Another thing is that online facilitation is also learning-oriented. What we mean by this is that online facilitation is focusing on learning and learning and learning all the way. Everything about online facilitation is about how students will learn effectively well. Okay, that is why we are bringing online facilitation, just to bridge the gap between the learner and their teachers or their facilitators. So it's a learner-centered approach, and it's a learning-oriented activity. So when we have something that is learner-centered approach, like online facilitation, then you should be able to understand what you need to do before this synchronous session. Okay, you need to know what to do while you are live in the synchronous session. Then you need to know what to do also when you are outside this synchronous session. You have your responsibilities. Your learners have their own responsibilities as well. Okay, that's a good way of contextualizing flipped learning now, because those are the 3 stages of flipped learning. And if we contextualize it now, we now look at, okay, what will you now do when you are using this kind of model or this kind of learning strategy for online facilitation? Generally, in the open and distance learning or in an online learning environment, that learning strategy can be used to do a whole lot of things at different stages. So we are just picking this one at the delivery stage, because online facilitation is at the delivery stage. Okay, so what exactly will you be able to do before the class, where you are in the class, and after the class? Now let me clear something here. When I was explaining flipped classroom or flipped learning in the conventional setting, I mentioned what you do for the physical classroom interaction. Okay, but in an online facilitation, you don't have physical classroom interaction. So when we have class here, we contextualize it to mean the real-time synchronous session. That's real-time. If it's just 1 hour you are using for live class for your students, that 1 hour is the synchronous session. And when we mention class here, is that synchronous time, that 1 hour live session that you have with your students using video conferencing tool like Zoom, okay, so that you'll be able to interact directly with your students. Since you don't have the physical interaction in online facilitation, so when we mention class, we are referring to the synchronous session. So what do you now do pre-class when you are doing online facilitation? That is, we are talking about the activities before the synchronous session. So before you have your class, if you schedule a class for your students, maybe tomorrow, 4 to 5, now, today, what are those things you need to put in place before that time, so that you have a very smooth and productive classroom experience for your students? Then you have in-class activities. Those are the activities during the live session, during the Zoom meeting. What will you do as a facilitator? Then you have the post-class activities. These are the activities after the live session, okay? After the live session now, which is not in class, what are those things you need to do? So you need to be able to understand what you do at each of these stages if you want to have a successful and productive online facilitation. You know, we have been trying to walk you through how you come up with your content, how you set your learning outcomes, how you produce instructional videos and some other things like that. Then at the delivery stage now, online facilitation is one of the channels through which you can deliver all this instruction or all these resources to your students. So you need to know what you now do before the class, while you are in the class, and post-class after the class. So let me stop sharing now. Let me share a facilitation guide with you that we use here, and I think we can at our different institutions, we can also come up with something like this to guide our facilitators on how they go about their online facilitation procedure. Okay, let me see this now. All right, yes. Now, a guide like this will be able to, expose your students or your learners and the facilitators to their roles and responsibilities at each of these stages. So what do I mean now? Okay, look at this guide now. I have here the facilitators' activities or the inputs, what you need to do as facilitator and what your learners need to do, okay? And even without merely looking at this one, you will see that learners have more roles, okay, than facilitators here. Because I said, I said from the beginning that online facilitation is learner-centered, okay? So learners have more roles, okay? When Prof was taking us through discussion forum yesterday, you will discover in discussion forum, your learner will do a whole lot of things, okay? You are just there to moderate the process. They will do a whole lot of responsibility. They have a whole lot of responsibilities. They have many roles to play. So merely looking at this one now, you will see that your learners have many things to do. See, okay, let's go through all some of these things. At the pre-class stage, what will you do as a facilitator? You send messages, text materials to the students through their emails, addresses, and also upload to the learning management system. So if you have text, okay, you can send them to them. You can send the text to them. That when I mean text, that's the contents you want them to read before the class, which is based on the topic you are going to discuss. Okay, so you send to them. You can just send mails to them. They receive the mail, they read text, so they are coming to class fully informed about what they are going to discuss. Also, you prepare instructional videos. Okay, those are the things you need to do. Yesterday we walked you through how you can prepare instructional video. Then that instructional video will be quite useful before the live session, so that students have access to the resource. That resource, they have access to it. They have access to the content before the live class. So you prepare an instructional video and upload to the learning management system. And it might just be an audio content. It's not necessary that it should be an instructional video or it should be text. You can just record an audio. Even your phone can do a whole lot of things, okay? If you discover, okay, I have something to present, okay, don't let me just bombard my students with text all the time. Let me vary the thing. You allow them to get the content in different formats. You can just record the audio, then send them the audio. Let them listen to the audio before coming to class. So these are the roles you need to perform at the pre-class stage as facilitator. Then when we get to this side now, you see learners' activities or the inputs. So what will learner do? The learner goes through emails sent by the facilitator before the class. He reads the text material uploaded on the learning management system. Okay, this is a way of getting access to the content of what is going to be discussed in the live class. So he reads other reference materials, watch videos, listen to pre-recorded audios, consults relevant OERs, searches for more information. Then look here now, I have here, identifies difficult areas that will require clarification during in-class session. That's one strategic thing your learner should be able to do. Okay, your learners, after watching or after assessing the content before the class, are coming into the class with a whole lot of misconceptions, sometimes difficult areas to seek clarification. So the learner has responsibility to identify the difficult areas where he will seek clarification and ask questions, okay? Maybe within the classroom in the live session, discuss with the peer or ask the facilitator during the live session. So he needs to do this. The learner needs to do this at the pre-class stage. If you're having your class tomorrow, for instance, you send your video today, or you send your resources, you send your content today, then your learner has the responsibility to go through the content and identify, okay? That, in fact, that's the first thing you should do when you enter the class for the live session, okay? You need to now inquire about what they have watched. Now you get ready for the in-class. All these activities should be carried out by the learners. during for online facilitation at the pre-class stage. Now let's go further. Now let's go to the in-class stage. Now you sent all these resources before the class. Now today, now I sent all the resources yesterday, for instance. Now today I want to engage them, okay, real time, maybe for 1 hour. Okay, so what are those things you need to do as a facilitator? You create friendly environment for online learning. Okay, this is an important aspect. You don't just believe that your learners have been using technology to do so many things, so they can use it to learn as well. No, using technology for instruction is different from using it for social engagements and other activities aside instructional purpose. So since it's meant for instructional purpose and they are going to be assessed based on this, it creates a kind of fear in them or anxiety in them when they want to use technology for learning sometimes. So you need to demystify the entire environment and the entire system by making it so friendly to them. Tell them they can easily learn even with your phone. You can join me, then we discuss, then we clear misconceptions, we do this, we do that. So they will know they can actually use this platform to get the best out of the learning, teacher learning process. So as a facilitator, you assess the extent of learning through questioning. That's important. In fact, in many of my classes, that's what I do. When I enter the class for the live session, I ask them what they have watched, ask a question. Do you have questions? Do you need clarification? They bring up questions. Even if they don't say anything, you ask a question based on what you sent to them. Okay, you watch so video. Okay, what's this? What? Just to ensure that they watch the content and they have learned something there. Then you review the concept that was flipped briefly. You review it, you make clarification, then you provide additional information and clear misconception. Because what all these resources you have sent to them before the live session, you might not be able to cover the entire topic or the entire concept you want to teach. So you can provide additional information in the class. It's not that you don't teach at all during the in-class. However, you are not expected to involve in another round of teaching for the whole 1 hour. We have experienced that, in fact, on so many occasions, we see facilitators will come for the live session, they will still begin to teach, okay? And that would defeat the purpose of online facilitation. The purpose of online facilitation is for interaction, okay? It's also for discussion, clearing misconception. These are the purposes for online facilitation. But when you now begin to dominate the system again, by still teaching them everything, teaching from the beginning to the end of the class, you are replicating the lecture method setting that we say we are now moving away from because it has not been productive. Okay. So if you have anything to teach, if you have 1 hour live session, for instance, 10, 15 minutes, you can teach, provide additional information, then you allow them to interact amongst themselves. You know how our prof used to break us. You can break them into groups, let them interact, let them discuss, let them come back and discuss with the whole class, then let them interact with you, okay? It's because of that interaction that online facilitation is coming into the open and distance learning environment, okay? So we need to take note of that during the in-class activity so that we don't defeat the purpose of online facilitation by still teaching our students for a whole hour again during the live session. Then lastly, as a facilitator, you build learning community through interaction, okay? When they interact among themselves, they build a learning community and they will be able to learn better, okay? Now let's look at what they need to do, the student needs to do in class, okay? The learner asks questions on difficult areas as identified in the resources, participate in hands-on experiences, okay, and activities, okay, involves in critical thinking and problem-solving activities. Now, if there are things that they need to now practice after watching before the class, this is the right time for you to say, okay, do this now, let us see how you do this. based on what I sent to you, can you practicalize this? Can you show us how you can do this? That's done in class by the learner. Okay, it discusses the concepts in the learning resources, interacts with peer and facilitator, and that's the essence of online facilitation, interaction. Okay, they can learn in group as well. Those are the things that should be done by the learner. Creates knowledge, because when they do this, your learner becomes a co-constructor of knowledge. Okay, you will be able to work with the peers and even you as a facilitator to construct knowledge. You are not the one now telling the learner what to read or how to go about things. He is the one exploring all these opportunities and creating knowledge by himself. And that's a very critical area of online facilitation we should take note of, especially at the in-class stage. Can you do all these ones again? Present individual activities, present group activities also. Then we go to the post-class. That's the last stage. Now, at the post-class in the online facilitation, what do you do? Okay, you moderate the discussion forum. Okay, the discussion forum, as mentioned by Professor Juliet yesterday, we allow students to interact, to discuss, and do some other things. So you are there to moderate the process. You will moderate the process. You will with their submission. You will conclude at the end of the day. You will summarize. Okay. So you are moderating the discussion forum process. That is post-class. Then you interact with the learners through back channels as well. What we call back channels are the channels or the platforms aside the learning management system or outside the learning management system. So you can still engage them through their WhatsApp, Twitter groups, Telegram groups, and some other things like that. You can still engage them so that they don't have to be coming on the learning management system every now and then they want to learn anything. Okay, the resources are there on the LMS for them. They will be coming, they will do their discussion forum there, they will get the resources there, but learning doesn't stop there. Even outside that, you can still create back channels. Okay, for instance, in my classes, I have WhatsApp group for all my classes. So my students still ask questions. Even at night, early in the morning, anytime they ask questions, I respond. Okay, they interact, they do a whole lot of things. So those are the things you need to do as a facilitator at the post-class stage. Now for your students, what will a learner do? Okay, a learner reflects on the learning experience. You see, I said the essence of learning is in the reflection. Okay, learner reflects on the learning experience, now creates and constructs new learning experience. Participate in discussion forum. Okay, solve problems that are related to the concept within their environment, interact with peers, and facilitate through any of the back channels that you must have created. So these are the things you need to do, and these are the things your learners will have to do before, during, and after the live session, the synchronous session. And if we look at this one, it will allow you to plan properly for your online facilitation before you even get there, before you even begin at all. Now, that's the first template I'm going to share with us. Then there is another template, which is online facilitation lesson plan. Okay, it's a template, and I'll try and look for one that Professor Enegbedion did for one of our courses. You will see how you can easily look at this template, okay, and use it to plan before the live session. And it makes everything very easy for you. You know what you do under synchronous session, under asynchronous session, the activities, everything will be stated, even before the facilitation begins at all.
Dr. Lukman, sorry, you just have 5 more minutes to wrap up.
Yes, I will just explain these templates, then we are done. Thank you. Now let me just look for that. Okay, this is, but I will send you this template. I will put it on the LMS for us to download. You can come up with something like this. Okay, this is, you will see now, she has a topic there for the week. You will see introduction to EDA 844. That's the topic for the week. Then you see the required competencies, what you need. Okay, the learner's activity, what will your learner need? You tell them, okay, you read the mail, you read the course guide, you do all those of things. You watch instructional video, introductory, everything your learner will do under the asynchronous. Okay. Then you have the synchronous session. What will you do? Okay. The ground rule for the read time session, the scenario, everything you do under resources, under learning activities, resources, the hour you are going to use, everything is planned before you even begin the facilitation session at all. So you know exactly where you are going before the facilitation process begins. You know exactly what you want to achieve. You know exactly what your learners will do and what you will do as well under each of these sessions, whether synchronous or asynchronous. So I will send us this. I will put this on the platform for us. We can download this, and using with the guide I just shown us now, you will be able to plan for your session before you enter the facilitation sessions at all. And it will make the process flow very well, and you'll be able to achieve the purpose, okay, of online facilitation in open and distance learning and in an online learning environment. Thanks. I think, okay, I can round up now. Thanks for having me. I can give room for questions and suggestions now. Thank you, Ma.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lukman Bello, for that brilliant presentation. You gave us the details of the flipped learning and then even the roles of each of the facilitator and the learner and the different stages, pre-class, during the class and post-class. So please, participants, we want you to clarify, ask questions based on what he has presented, either by raising your electronic hand or by just unmuting and asking your questions briefly. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone's.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Okay, great. Dr. Ishak. Good.
Yes, I want to again appreciate Dr. Lukman for this detail. I have this, while he was actually discussing his slides, there is a thought going on in my mind. And it's about the rules that guides the in-class facilitation. You know, the face-to-face class, you have your rules and regulations. For example, in my own university, you need 80% attendance, this and that. But one of the things I have observed with students coming for in-class facilitation is most of the time, you hardly see them there. The facilitator sends a message, you don't see them communicating back. So what kind of rule can be put in place to ensure that this in-class facilitation is genuinely carried out by both the facilitator as well as the students? So that's my question.
Thank you, Dr. Oyefola. Dr. Bello, please.
Yes. Thanks, Doctor. I appreciate that. It's a general problem, I can say. Even in this university, we are facing that kind of problem as well. But what I do tell people is that it's an evolving process. Online facilitation is coming gradually into the system now, and it's not all the students that have been able to get to know what exactly they need to do and how they can benefit maximally from this platform. And in most cases, some of them don't even have any information about it. Okay, but for some of them that have information about it, that know about it, For one reason or the other, we know about all these technicalities when it comes to using internet, getting devices, and some other things like that. So a whole lot of barriers are there for students sometimes to join online facilitation. However, some of them are just doing it because they don't have anything attached to it. And we have been advocating also that there should be a kind of we're not forcing them now. We now motivate them to come online. Some activities that will motivate them to come online for that 1 hour session, because they gain a whole lot of things. Okay, although you can do a whole lot of things on the learning management system, you can get access to the resources and some other things like that. But seeing your lecturer, seeing your facilitator, okay, real time discussing with you will create a kind of emotional connection and psychological connection between you and your facilitator. So you have to be there once in a while. That's why it's not every time, just once in a week sometimes. In fact, in some institutions, you just come like 2 or 3 or 4 times in a whole semester and you are good to go. So we are looking at a way that we can attach 1 or 2 things to these things. For instance, if we say, okay, you are doing your continuous assessment, okay, online, and it will be moderated by some of the activities in the online facilitations, the live sessions, okay? So students will have no choice than to come online to do some of these activities because they know that's part of their continuous assessment. But as I said, rightly, it's an evolving process, and I know we are going to get there. There are a whole lot of challenges on the part of the learners that we must appreciate. And even the school can help by providing maybe internet access for students. When they enter the school campus, they have access to the internet. So when they go to the study centers, they have access to the internet. Yes, we are beginning to solve that kind of challenge that has to do with internet availability and some other things like that. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Bello. So in other words, sensitize and motivate the learners so that they can focus. Okay, thank you. So any other clarifications or questions or comments from the participants? Kindly unmute if you want to say something or seek clarification, because I'm not seeing the hands raised. Hello?
Yeah, we're with you. We're with you.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone making any further clarification. This is just to thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, will we assume that we've really gotten the main aspects of the flipped classroom, and then we'll be going over to the next session. However, I want to also reiterate that participation is key for the certificate. So please, I want to urge and encourage participants to please try to go through the different sessions, because this will really be very, very vital for the certificates. And also, we're going to have some evaluation of participants towards the end. So please, I encourage us to all be very active. Thank you so much, Dr. Bello, and thanks to the participants. So
thanks for having me, Ma. Thanks.
Without, I think we'll be going over. We have the next presenter. We have Professor Juliet Inebedion, and she's going to be taking us through the next session, which is on OER, integrating OER and OEP effectively in the course. So in our instructional material. So Professor Inebedion, please, you're welcome, and we're ready. You can go on. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be in your presence again this morning. And I do hope we've been enjoying ourselves since we started. Today is the 3rd day. I'm not facilitating this session alone. We are 2 taking this section, myself and Dr. Adeshino. So I'm going to take the first part. I might be spending just about 15 minutes or thereabout with you. Then Dr. Additional will come up to take the other part because there are some practicals that is evolving in it that you might need to walk through. So quickly, we want to look at OER and OEP, identification and integration into learning. What do we stand to learn today? By the end of this topic, you'll be able to find OERs suitable for learning, find OEPs suitable for learning, find OEPs suitable for integration into learning, differentiate between OER from non-OER resources, then plan an online or blended course using OER. So by way of definition, we'll have to look at what OER really represents. When you're talking about OER, let us look at what UNESCO says about OER. So UNESCO, we're looking at teaching, learning, and research materials in any medium, digital or otherwise, that reside in the public domain or have been released under an open license that permits no cost, access, use, adaptation, and redistribution by others with no or limited restriction. So we're looking out for materials, and from what the definition of UNESCO, it means these materials are not restricted to digital materials alone. It could be in book form, it could be magazine, it could be any material that is released, it could even be pictures. Sometimes it could be illustrations that you have somewhere, it could be cartoon. But again, we are saying that such is in the public domain and some are other open licenses. Somebody owns the material, so there is a license governing it. Now, open educational resources are teaching and learning materials that are either in the public domain or licensed in a manner that provides everyone free and perpetual permission to engage in the 5R activities. You know, working through OERs, they have this, what they call the 5R activities, ability for you to find, create, use, and the rest. But to us here, we are looking at what it represents. So if you look around us, we have been involved in using OER materials, knowing or unknowingly. If I may even start with the Bible we use or the Quran we use, they are OER materials. We find them in the public domain. You get through them, nobody come to hold you for using the material and the rest of them. But here we are so clear that we are talking about OER material. We are not referring to only textual materials. Neither are we referring to digital materials alone, but we are looking at one, material that are residing in the public domain, and secondly, materials that are licensed. So there are so many materials that are in the public domain and they are not licensed. Yes, they have been released as OER material, but on the other hand, some of these materials, there are some guiding rules that's in using them. So we'll look at the one that has the licensing. Now let us look at the definition given by OER Commons. Open educational resources are teaching and learning materials that you may freely use and reuse without charge. It means you have this material, you can use it freely, you can reuse it, but no charges. OER often have a Creative Commons or GNU license that states specifically how the material may be used, reused, adapted, and shared. So if you go by the definition of OER Commons, it's already telling us how we can actually access and use OER materials. Because although it is free, but you have a guiding rules that will take you through on how you're going to use these materials. Do you want to use them the way it is? Do you want to share it in a different way, adapt? How do you want to use it? And again, where this equally goes down to defining open educational program, OEP represents open educational programs. Again, we'll have so many open educational programs, and one of them that is known to us is the Coursera. I think that one is so much in the domain these days, and it's known to us. An open educational program, although their openness, it has a little bit of restriction because there are some of them that are not totally free. Some of their courses are free, but some are not totally free. At some point, you need to do some payments. Now, when you're looking at what is openness, sorry, that is not us. What is openness? Openness in this case, when you're looking at open educational resources, we are saying in openness, you are looking at how convenient it is, how effective, the affordability, the sustainability, and availability to both the learner and the teacher worldwide. So we can get more on that. So haven't looked at that. We are just looking at the pre-integration of resources, activities for online or blended learning using OER or open educational programs. Now, you want to integrate OER. Most often, people just rushed into picking OER. When you are in a need or you want to set up a program, say, go and look for OER. OER, okay, I just give it to you. Well, it is not done that way. Or why can't you just look for one open educational program? No. First and foremost, you are the one to chart your course. We need to understand what you want to do before you have to look out for what fits into it. You don't jump into picking the OER or picking the educational program before you start designing your own program. So design your program first. And that takes us to what I have here. First and foremost, you must know what your learning outcomes are. You see that we keep going back to this learning outcome. That shows how powerful it is when we are planning our courses. Whether you're going to deliver the course online or you're going to blend it, it is very important. Even in the face-to-face, learning outcome drives the course of what you need to do. So you have to come up with your learning outcome, and the learning outcome must align with the topics that you want to teach. Then you talk about the context, the environment where you want to use it. Because you may find one OER that works somewhere perfectly. You may bring it into your environment and it may not work. Then you have to pay attention to the copyright issues. Yes, there are open educational resources, open educational programs, but there are licenses, there are open licenses that is covering it too. So if you do not go with the licenses, you could be held for plagiarism. Then you have design first before choosing the resource. If you do not design, you will not know where to choose. Then you can equally collaborate where there is a need for you to collaborate. And in that area of collaboration, there are two ways to it. It's either you write to the author or you write to the host institution if the material you are interested in is owned by an institution, organization, and you work it out how you want to collaborate. Or on the other hand, you can come together as institutions and you create your material, which will be shared among those collaborating institutions to teach their students. That can be done. So this is just a simple format of how we can achieve this. What I have come up here, first and foremost, you must have your topic because the topic is germane. You have your topic because remember, you have already come up with a structure all along. You have defined your learning, your course objective, and from a course objective, you have already come up with what you want to do in the area of the topics. And from the topics now, you have to set learning outcome for each topic because at each stage, you need to set an outcome. We need to know what exactly you want to do. So here you have been able to define the learning outcome. That is the topic we want to do here, defining learning outcome. Because from the several topics, this is what this person wants to start with. Now in defining learning outcome, what is the intended learning outcome that you want the student to learn, that you want them to learn how to define learning outcome. So here, put there by the end of this topic, you will be able to define measurable learning outcomes at different cognitive domain level. So that will be one focus, then differentiate between well-structured learning outcomes from those that are poorly structured. Then you now come in here, other learning activities, identify well-structured learning outcomes. So this is the activity you want the learners to do. Then they should be able to choose a topic and set up measurable learning outcome. Then you now come, what resource will I need that will help them to walk through this, that will help them to understand, that will help them to be able to perform these learning outcomes that you want them to achieve. So right here, this is an example. Oh, I need to take them through on the taxonomy of educational objective. This is a resource, and I have to go and look for a resource. And if you have to look for the resource, you look for the resource. Okay, which one will I get? Is it the original one that set up by Blue, or something that has been worked on, or somebody has applied this somewhere? Then I want to come up with an animated young boy who is taught how to ride a bicycle with focus on setting the learning outcome and how he was able to achieve the learning outcome, demonstrating it. Because this, you are trying to let them see the purpose of what you want them to learn. So in this case, you have two resources you want to look out for, where you want to plan you want to now start executing your program or your course. So in this area too, you may look out for, okay, do I have this taxonomy of educational objective? Do I have an open educational program that has been floated that I can take part of what they have done? Because that program, everything in totality may not go in line with what you need. So what you may need to do is just to take a part from what they have done. And do I have such program? You took out for it. You now put them, okay, what I need to do, I just have one work. I read about Inegbejo 2020, and the work is good, the way she applied the work. Okay, I'm going to search for this work. I know I've seen it somewhere. You put it down. Then you come, okay, I don't have this. I'm going to search for appropriate animated video on the bicycle activity. You've noted it down. So with this now, you can now go further to say, okay, now I'm looking for OER, or I'm looking for open educational program. So when you go searching for OER, you now have a focus. And when you get that OER, you will now be able to integrate it into your learning and integrate it into your plan that the student will be able to gain from it the way it ought to be. So having done that, the next thing now is, how do you now find OERs? And here I just went straight to the Creative Commons. They have directive given to us using their licenses. Here you have different licenses. You have 4 basic ones. If you get the material, and you always see there's some, you see this kind of thing written on it. It show at the bottom. You see what I did here now. See, CC represent Creative Commons, and I have put it here. This work is not my work. I copied it from this source, and it is here. Now you now look at it. Okay, you always see this. They will put this logo. Sometimes they use this icon or use this icon. It means different things. So when you are picking for a Creative Commons work, look out for the type of rights and licenses that are available. If you say attribution by, so with this, what can you do with this? You have to look at it. Licenses may be, may copy, distribute, display, and perform the work and make derivation work and remix. And in this case, it means you can use the work as it is. Then let's see, do you have the power to share? Even when you go online, we may not have power, time to do that. You Google, maybe you want to use a picture. If you Google, you want to use a picture. When the picture drop, there is a place you will check again, it will tell you the licenses that are available there. There are some of them, you say for commercial use. If you pick it, it means it is allowed. If say not for commercial, you must not use it for commercial. Now, this one is telling you share alike. That means if you pick, for example, it is a picture or it's a document, it's a video, you must use it exactly the way it is. You cannot do any amendment. You cannot adapt it, you must adopt it. Then this one is a not commercial. It means you can use it, but not for commercial purposes. Then no derivative. These are different licenses. How you can use it, they are written here. Because of time, I won't go more detail on it because you already have the material in the LMS. Now, when you come here, finding educational, open educational programs. Now, there are different ways, like I've said. OER, you have a license attached to it. Now, when it comes to educational programs, it is your LMS, your learning outcome that will really drive you on what you need to do. Because in this case, it's your learning outcome that will be able to tell you whether what you want to bring in is good or not. So what do? You can go to your Google platform, type in what you are looking for. Let's assume for this particular training we are into right now, in this training we are looking at how we can use, create our blended learning, online learning, at the same time applying OER. And in this particular topic I'm taking, it has to do with integration of OER into learning. So I can decide to go out there to check, do I have any resource out there that I can integrate that I would not need to maybe spend much money. So in this instance, from your search, you can have similar. I will just show you an example here. Now we have currently Now MOOC that is running. And that Now MOOC is running on open educational resources for online learning and introduction. You can have a tin of this. If I click on this, maybe where you are less busy, we can do a demonstration of it. If I finished, we can just look at it. I'll come back and we'll go back to it. Now, if I click on this, it's going to take us to our now MOOC. You will see it. And I will really encourage us, although it's ending by Sunday, today is Thursday, if you can, please still go in there and register. You have a lot of things to gain from it. And it's open, it's free. You can do a lot with that. Now, if you do that, you now check. And when you check, you'll be able to know, okay, what do I take in from here? Do I have any part that I will find useful in this particular thing or not? So let me just quickly click on it. I know we still have some time. If I click on it, it will open a short while and you will see the courses there. So it is not left for you using your learning outcome to look at what is opening and see what you can pick out of that particular program. And it is not compulsory you must pick everything in the program, because picking everything in the program may not be useful. Pick only the aspect that is useful to you. And where you need to seek permission, you have to seek permission before you use. And whereby it is so put there, if you have a Creative Commons, like this MOOC, it has a Creative Commons. It means you can use it, but what is required, because you have to acknowledge the people that created it, and you are free to use. It's taking a while. Let me stop it and move on. We can come back to it later. So it's now it's opening. Sorry. It's trying to open. Let me stop sharing this and see. It's trying to open. If it's taking time, we'll just move on. Still trying to open. Okay, maybe I will just close it. When we are done, we can always come back to it. So with this, if you do this, it will help a great deal. So in conclusion, I'm just trying to let us know that when you want to use your OER or you want to use educational programs, your learning outcome is the first thing you need to work with. We'll have your learning outcome, look at your context, look at the available resources you have, then map out what you need, the actual activity you want to carry out, and the resource that will fit into that activity before you start searching for the activity. So having said this, with the 2 minutes or so remaining, let me see if I can just take you through now to the site again. If it opens, if it doesn't open at your own point, you can look at it and work with it, and I'm very sure you're going to enjoy what you find there. So let me just quickly open. If it opens, fine. If it doesn't open, we just work on. The network is taking some time.
Prof, perhaps you could type in the URL on the chat so that participants will go keep searching.
Okay, I will do that. Okay, I will do that.
Thank you.
So I will do that shortly. I still have a minute more. If it doesn't, okay, it has opened. So let's just quickly see. But you already have this, you already have it in your learning management system. The course we are using, the LMS we are using for this workshop, you already have it there. So it's still taking some time. So with this, I bring it to a close. You have the link with you. I encourage us to go in, search, and if there is any query, so I now call upon my colleague to take over the other parts. Dr. Adeshino, over to you, please.
Thank you, Prof. So we have Dr. Adeshino for the second part of this session. Dr. Adeshino, welcome.
Thank you very much, Prof, and thank you, moderator, for the excellent work. A very good morning to all our participants. So I will continue from where she has stopped, but I will be speaking on how generally about integrating technology into the teaching and learning process. We know that many of us are from conventional institutions, the normal brick and mortar institution, and some of us are in ODL, distance learning institutions. And we also know for a fact that wherever you are today, technology is a big thing. Of course, technology is a support. It's important to put it in the right context, and then we deploy it appropriately. The goal is to make teaching and learning possible and enjoyable as well. Permit me to share my slides. I just have few points to bring up, and then we will possibly have a short practical session together. So integration of technology in a course material, specifically we'll be dwelling on QR codes. We'll see more of that. So, but before going in, we'll first look at the SAMR model for technology integration to teaching and learning. And then we'll look at QR codes and then uses and applications of actually QR codes. And then we'll have, like I said earlier, a short practical session. First, talking about the SAMR model. A lot of us may be familiar with it, and for some of us it may be new, but it's just trying to represent technology integration using 4 labels, meaning 1 is substitution, the 2nd is augmentation, the 3rd modification, redefinition. So these are different levels that we can use to determine how we are using technology for teaching and learning purposes. Perhaps this slide will try and explain the SAMR model a little bit better. Okay, so it's all about technology integration, as I said earlier on. It was created by Ruben Pudendura, okay, and I think that was around 28, I can't remember exactly the year. But what it does is it acts as a kind of continuum to reflect the possibilities of technology for learning. And then it's a continuum. You are moving from a very low level to possibly a very high level. So redefining how teaching can be done. So if you look at the diagram by the right-hand side, when you use technology at the substitution level, what you are trying to do at that stage is to replace what you are doing in the face-to-face context with some form of technology. There is no functional change. You are just replacing what you do normally with doing the same thing with technology. But we can move a higher level, which is the augmentation level. So now technology is a direct substitute. Yes, you are substituting what you are doing normally with technology, but you are having some functional changes to the way you are doing things normally. I will explain some of this with some examples. Then you can move to a higher level where you talk about modification. That means you are redesigning your work, you are modifying it, still trying to achieve the goal, but it's not a direct substitution or augmentation. It's just a modification, entire modification of the whole process. And then the highest level is the redefinition of the task itself. Of course, it doesn't change the learning outcomes. That still remains there. Your objective, what you want to achieve for teaching and learning stands. However, the way it's being done, it's not the conventional way. There is a strong redefinition of approaches by the use of technology. So let's look at the substitution level. So like I said, there is no functional change in what you do. Technology is just a direct substitute. Take, for instance, taking of notes, which you take by the hand. Students can go to lectures and take notes and write. So, but you introduce technology and you substitute a physical note with either a Chromebook or a tablet. So that's substitution. You are not doing anything different. You just substituted what you do normally with technology, okay? And or you read an ebook on a tablet or on a mobile device. Ordinarily, you'll have carried the book around with you, but now you have it as an ebook. So at this stage, technology is acting as a substitute to what you normally do normally. It's not adding anything. It's just another format of doing it. Maybe more convenient for some people, easier to be done and all that. So that's substitution. Now, the next stage is the augmentation. Like I mentioned, you now have some functional definition. Say, for instance, now you are told to write a paper you ordinarily write, but now you are writing it on, say, Google Doc or on the system. Of course, you have substituted the writing from the normal way, but you're augmenting it with some things. For instance, there's a spell checker that works. Okay, so if you are writing by hand, you don't use that functionality. You don't have that. Okay, so, but by replacing it with technology, you can do that. And then, because it's, say, for instance, Google Doc, which is a technology, you upload it to the cloud. So it's available in the cloud and you can access it in different devices and things like that. So you have gone past the level of the normal notes. Technology has helped you augment and take your normal note-taking to a higher level. How about the chat for online discussion? Yes, you have chat normally in a class, but you can also have chat, as we know today, with technology, like the online chats, even in the LMS and things like that. And it's not sometimes just a direct replacement of the chat you will normally have in a class. There's slight augmentation there because, for instance, you can begin to share some things that you may not be able to share normally when you are chatting directly with people. So it takes it to a higher level than even the normal circumstance that you have. Then you go to the next stage, which is modification. So at this stage, you are now doing some more interesting stuff with technology, not the normal way. For instance, if you use Google Slides and then you have people collaborating from different places, that is you are modifying the whole process. You are asking people, okay, do this work in a group, and then the technology is online, people are collaborating and working in different parts of the world. You are actually modifying the task to some extent, more than you would do normally. Or you are uploading speeches in an assignment, upload a speech, to YouTube, and then have people peer review it here and there. So technology helps you to go to the stage of modification. And then there is redefinition. In some sense, a task is redefined. Okay, so what you will not even have done, but you want people to do it, you will not have done in the normal scenario, is redefined. With the age of virtual reality or even doing practicals or some simulations now, is redefining the way you do things as you will have done in the classroom in the normal way. This is using technology to the highest level, but still having in mind what you intend to achieve in terms of the teaching and learning process. We recently discussed flipped classroom. This is a redefinition in a way of even how the normal classroom takes place. You flip the whole thing by using of technology in a way they do the teaching at home. The learning goes, or you've provided the resources in the technology for people to go to use, and then they go through it at home and then come in to the class and you don't go through it again. So that's a level of redefinition coming in by the use of technology. So as we can see, sometimes you ask yourself, which level are you using technology in your own context? How are you integrating it? Is it in the level of substitution, or you've gone to the higher levels of modification and redefinition? And I know for the old school lecturers and teachers or academics, you just probably want to dwell in substitution. Just let me substitute what I'm doing with this, and we are contented because, okay, we're at a distance, we're trying to learn and all that. But the fact is that with advances, we can really go higher and redefine things because technology is really becoming a game changer. But of course, like I said earlier on when I started, you have an eye on the learning objective or the learning outcomes which must be achieved, whatever means you try to use to get to where you are. Next, there is this 2010, that was the year Ruben Pudentura brought out these different levels. And he also brought out this, what they call technology wheel. Our people actually advanced on the work he has done and brought it out. And they've tried to group how you can integrate technology in teaching and learning using different types of technology. For instance, if you start with the substitution level, they've named a lot of things you can use like Acrobat or Annotate. You have Twitter, you have Do's to Go, Blog Docs, Blog. Some of these things are actually in the substitution level. They try to replace at the substitution level. Then you can go to the augmentation level where you have more interesting applications or apps that have been built. And as you can also see that this was integrated with the Bloom's taxonomy, which was mentioned in earlier trainings, that tries to measure the level of teaching or learning that is occurring. So you see that the substitution angle, it's when you are in the lower level, that's the remember understanding level. But as you move on to the augmentation and the redefinition, and then the creation, you are getting to the redefinition, sorry. You are going to the highest level, which is to create, okay, and then evaluate them. So you can, this is an interesting technology wheel that you can use, and this is the version 3. And I encourage you to search about it and think about how you are integrating technology into the teaching and learning, what type of technology you are integrating, and at what level are you using it? Is it in the substitution, or it is going to the redefinition of the whole exercise? Okay, so that is, in brief, integration of technology to our teaching and learning process. So as we go online, of course, that is technology, introducing technology on its own. We need to now rethink these things and conceptualize what we're actually trying to do. So I'll go to a simple example, which is the QR code. It's becoming very popular these days. And in fact, we've been introduced to it, and we're seeing how to embed this even in our learning process as well. I know many of us will have seen this code, okay? And some people call it barcode. Well, it's not strictly a barcode, it's a QR code. So QR is abbreviated from the word quick response code, okay? So it brings out something. You want to get a quick response to something, okay? And it's a type of matrix barcode. So it's not an ordinary barcode. It's a two-dimensional barcode. So invented in 1994 by Masahiro Hara from Japan, where you have several automotive components and all that. So what it essentially does is it has black squares arranged in square grid, on white background, just like we can see, that can be read by a camera. Okay, so you have this technology producing this barcode and then reading it by using a camera. So, so the camera processes this using the Reed-Solomon error correction algorithm until it can interpret all those bars and all those two-dimensional, three-dimensional shapes that you have on the QR code. So, and the QR code can store up to 7,089 characters. Okay. And another feature we may wish to take note of is the more data you have on a particular QR code, the denser it becomes, you know. So we're going to see a practical example of this. So, but then how do we use it in technology? You know, so I always say that perhaps, if this is my opinion, we can discuss it later. QR code, it's taking us a little bit higher than the substitution level, perhaps giving us some little bit of augmentation to what we do. And these are the uses. You can use QR codes to engage learners offline to online to give a digital dimension of their study material. What this means is you have a course material, even a physical one or a print course material, and then you have QR codes embedded at different sections. It kind of augments this physical print material that students are reading, because they can get to a point on that physical print material and scan the QR code, and it takes them to an additional information they will require. So that's an augmentation. It's taking it to a higher level and sometimes even redefining it. So you can use QR code even on an online course that people are going through. At some point, a QR code comes and helps to take you to another level that makes it more engaging and insightful. Okay. So for instance, you can get people to read supporting materials like PowerPoint slide or slideshows, offline, I've mentioned offline to online, gamify teaching, check your answers and reflect. You know, I know sometimes in even in materials, you want to hide answers. So you say you give people self-check answers, but you may introduce a QR code there such that a student scans it after performing or going through the question, and he is taken to the answer, you know, instead of writing the answer while the student will be eyeing the answer while solving the problem. Okay, and provide extension of assignments. So what are the contents that we can have on a QR code? For instance, URLs. So you can put URLs on code, and we're going to try this particular one so that it can take a reader or a user to where you want him to go. It's almost as smooth or as nice as clicking a link. All right. You can display simple text such as a message, a promo code or serial code or whatever. Embed that information on the serial code, put it in your course or put it on the material, and students can access it. Contact details, Wi-Fi credentials, map location, and a lot of things can be embedded inside that QR code and placed for teaching and learning. You and I know that even in the normal way of life, in the commercial sector, they are utilizing this QR code effectively because it helps a lot in terms of searching for things. You go to a place in some supermarket, everything has a QR code. You just scan it and it gives you all the information you need about that. That is exactly what you're bringing, that technology, bringing it into education to make things quick response code. You can quickly get access to the information you need without having to type for several things or without having to look for data here and there. Okay, so now what does it take to integrate QR code into our teaching and learning system? You need just two things. You need a QR code generator, and then you need a QR code reader. Two things, and they are not difficult, believe me, to get. Before now, when they talk about QR code technology to me, I will say, this is extremely complex. Maybe one big setup needs to be done, or one good training I need to undertake before using it. But after being introduced to it, I mean, I see that it's something at our fingertips as educationists that we can use. A QR code generator is online. You don't have to have a special application for that. And then you will benefit from it. And then QR code reader. We all have readers. QR code readers. Once you have a, for instance, or a reader that can work. So those are that we can use for creating QR codes. Join me so that we explore this together, especially for those of us that are new or are being introduced to this probably for the first time. So the first step is you go to an online QR code generator. Then you choose the type of QR code you want. You enter the data you want to share, and then you may choose to customize the QR code the way you want, and then generate and test the QR code. Now that code that you have generated and tested can be downloaded and then, for instance, added in a book or placed in your teaching material to be accessed by students as they go on. Okay, so the steps are there, and we're going to try to do it practically. All right. So let's go to this site. There are many QR code generators. If you go to Google and search for QR code generators, there are many. But this is the one I have used, and I've seen that it works. And I will encourage us to follow me and try it on your own. Just go to this site, www.qr-code-generator.com, and then see where it goes. Let me, okay, let me quickly run through this, and then we'll do the practical session then. Okay, so, and the next thing you will do after getting the QR code generator is to have the scanner. So like I said, once you have a camera, you have a QR code scanner. So if you have a Google, an Android phone or an iPhone, just search for QR code reader, okay, on your App Store, Google App Store, or the iOS Store. Search for it. You can do that now, and then you will see several apps. Just choose one of them. They all work pretty fine. Now, after you have done that, this is just superfluous information. If you want students to give, you can place this in different places for students, instructions on how they can use the QR code to access the different knowledge they have. Okay. Just before I leave for the practical section, these are examples, applications that I've seen. For instance, you have, this course was done by one of the profs, I think Professor Pudendura or something like that. He was taking an introduction to C programming course. So he just has YouTube links that were there, but he just embedded a QR code as well with the link, so that you can just scan the QR code and get to the resource you want. This is a course material. And then this course material has a PowerPoint attached to it. Okay, so this is a print course material now. So what they just did was to put the QR code close to the course material, so that as you read on the history of C, you will just scan this course material, you just scan this QR code, and it takes you to the PowerPoint that gives you further information. And so let me stop here, I think. So let me stop sharing and quickly go to my web browser. Okay, just 1 second. It's not coming up. Okay. Let me close this and share again. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's up. Can you see my screen? Hello?
It's visible. Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I am sharing the QR code generator point, which I mentioned will be very important for us. And I also said, please just go to Google Play if you're using Android or iOS store and just search for scanner or reader, QR code bar reader, and install the app on your phone and you'll be good to go. Okay. Where was I? Okay, so in this generator, you can see that you can create several, you can create QR codes for these different types of resources. For instance, a text, a URL, a Bitcoin, Facebook, PDF document, audios, images, whatever. You can embed that information on a QR code and use it in your material or on your site. So let's say, for instance, I want a URL, okay? I can just put in the website I want and embed it on the QR code. Yeah, for instance, we just finished talking about OER. This is OER Commons, okay, where people can search for OER. Supposing I just want to put this on a QR code and share it in my class, all you just do is enter the website name, okay? OERcommons.com. Okay, that's all. It's as simple as that. You can upload a file, you know, and you see by the right-hand side, I have a not too densely populated QR code, okay? And I can download it. You know, you can customize it. You can add color, shapes, or whatever you do. But this is all you need, actually. And then if you copy this, paste it in a material, you'll get to that URL. Now, if you have tried it on your scanner, you can actually now scan this. If you have made, if you have a QR code scanner, I know many of us even have it already. Just scan this on using your phone, and you will see it come alive. Can anybody try it? Just spend a minute and try it. I will try to maybe use my live cam and show my system. Okay. I know I'm sharing my screen, which I think I need to stop temporarily. But has anybody been able to capture this QR code? Let me check the chat. Okay. Okay, so let me stop sharing. And
Dr. Adewale, please, we'll need time for questions. So because we just want, because this is really interesting, but we also want the participants to be able to clarify. So please, if you can wrap up so that we can now go into
how long do I have?
I mean, your time has been up, but because it's an interesting session, we just allowed you to.
Okay, all right.
So it's already up, but I mean, so you give us also time to ask questions.
To ask the question of it. All right, I thought I could do a small demo. You know,
no, okay.
I'm augmenting with redefining my teaching now. I'll switch to practical. I have here.
But it's just that we also need the participants to clarify, because some of them are not even saying anything, so that we'll know whether they're following or not. Thank you. If you can just wrap up here.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Let me stop that. So in wrapping up, as directed, or as I should know, the point is that once you scan that code, you will get access to that URL. And if it's embedded anywhere, people will also get access to it. So this can work and be embedded in our different materials. So I'd like to stop there. Thank you very much, moderator, for allowing me to do this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adewale Adeshino and Professor Inebedion. You will agree with me, the participants and myself, which are also part of the participants, that these are very, very, very critical and very vital for technology-enhanced learning. In fact, it's technology-enhanced learning in practice. So participants should feel free. We had two presenters. We had two resource persons, Professor Juliet Inebedion, for OER and OEP, integrating it effectively, identifying the useful and good ones, and also the rules of engagement if you have to integrate it, and how to integrate it effectively. And Dr. Adewale Adeshino, with technology in course, integrating technology in course materials, he dwelt extensively on the QR code and tried to demonstrate. In fact, he can go on, and you would agree with me that it's one of the most exciting, but we also need participants to now make their comments or also clarify. And I would say personally also, maybe have a proper guide, because really this session is too short for this, because this is really something very useful for technology enhanced learning. And this is our area. This is where we are all very interested in. Participants, please feel free. You can unmute or type in your questions. And before then, please, I forgot to mention that we have interpreters from the AAU. I want to really appreciate them. We had said it at the beginning, and we had been reminded that we can always use the interpretation icon that we have if we need to interpret, if we are not following in English, translation to French and all. So we want to say a big thank you to them, but the participants can feel free to ask their questions. Okay, please, can you throw, yes, okay, so people are now bringing, can you throw more light on the difference between modification and redefinition of technology? I believe this is for Dr. Adewale Adeshino. The questions are actually for the two resource persons. If you have any questions in any of the areas that they covered, you're free. And then another one, I suspected many questions will come from this last one. Okay, so let's allow Dr. Adeshino. Would you not want us to take all the questions and you answer all of them, or one after the other?
Yeah, I'll direct.
Okay, so would you want to answer the first one and we go over to the next?
Okay, yeah. Yes, I think the difference between modification and redefinition, these are higher levels. Like I said, it's a continuum. It's not strictly fixed in one area. You can move gradually till you reach a fine line from modification to redefinition. Now, modification, as the name says, is you are modifying what you are doing. It's no longer normal, okay? You are modifying it. I mentioned the case of like you are using a Google slide. Yes, you are using technology replacing your presentation, but now you are inviting people to, if it's like a Google presentation, you can invite people to join in that presentation and collaborate together. So you have actually modified the simple use of presentation as you use normally to have it being collaboration embedded by the use of that technology. So you have modified what you have done normally with the technology or in a normal context to something higher. And redefinition is, you are not just modifying, but you are redefining a normal assignment or a normal thing that you will have given to accomplish maybe a learning objective. Say, for instance, now, before, perhaps you maybe to work on a, let's say, cadaver for those in the medical sciences, where you need to have a physical body to work on. How about if you use technology and actually simulate those processes? So you are redefining even that assessment in itself, going beyond, much more beyond what you'll have just done when you have just the normal cadaver or whatever you are using. So simulation, virtual reality does it. And I also use flipped classroom as an example. You know, the normal way we teach is come to a class like this, teach. But with technology, it's being redefined. I don't want to teach now. I'm going to flip my class. I'm going to have instructional videos, record the simple videos. Helps me to redefine the way I teach. Instead of coming to class to teach, I teach on instructional videos and I give it to the student. I just come to the class for us to discuss and interact. That has redefined even my teaching. So technology has done something. It's not replacing the teaching, it's redefining the way my teaching goes place. So I hope that understand. If you look at the technology wheel and try and read more about it, it's much in literature, it may perhaps give us more clarity. Thank you for that. I hope
Thank you, Dr. Adesina. Okay, the next is not really a question. It's really to congratulate the participants. It's Dr. Aisha. He said, I got the QR code process done successfully. Thank you, Dr. Adewale. Okay. So we also have any participants raising their hands or that will want to unmute and seek clarification. You would agree with that? Yeah, okay, great. Professor ACETEL, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Okay, yes, it has been very interesting. I want to, first of all, appreciate all the presenters. I've really enjoyed the presentation. I've learned a lot. Let me start from the very immediate, the last presenter, Dr. Adesina, the QR code team. Please, I want you to just summarize, the usefulness with regards to acceptability and usability, because it's a new concept, really. I'm not sure so many institutions are engaged in using it presently. And so when it's introduced, to what extent do we think the students or even the facilitators who want to engage it? And the same question, which relates to what Professor Inegbedion presented on OER. Very good concept. So much talk about it across different institutions, but usability and acceptability, when it comes to implementation of some of these policies, in ICT policies, you discover that lecturers are, they are not really embracing it. And students, we want one hard copy handout, and then that's okay for them as long as it's coming from the lecturer. Even the lecturer tell them, go to social link or somewhere to get more material, they are not interested. So it's this issue of acceptability and usability of some of these technology enhancing tools. And then Dr. Bello, thank you so much for that video editing tool, which I learned from you yesterday. Please, I want you to yes, I want you to post the name of that tool that you taught us yesterday again. The name, okay. So that one can begin to just Google it and use the free trial.
I'll put it on the chat box now.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I'm done, moderator.
Over to Dr. Adesina and Professor Inegbedion to clarify.
Okay, I think Professor Inegbedion will come in shortly, but let me just make a comment in terms of usability and acceptability. I think it's similar to what I think Dr. Ishak asked earlier on about flipped classroom and how how well students, especially in the in-class session, how they are following. The truth is we are making progress. In fact, sometimes before, many of us thought these things were beyond reach. We can't actually do it, you see. But if at least we see testimony from Dr. Ishak, I think, that has been able to just, this small presentation, scan and get it working. So yeah, it may take time, but you see, we have to move and then encourage, as we get familiar with it and use it, of course, it will be adopted, and it's widely being used. I'll give a small example. I got interested when I had my, COVID vaccination. And in my card, I saw a QR code. So I was curious, and maybe many of us that may have gone for vaccination, you may have noticed the code there. And I scanned it, and to my amazement and delight, it just opened my page in their website, the government website, and showed when I took the vaccination, what type I took, and things like that. And so perhaps the idea was, as you go around, it may even be easier now to check if it was necessary to check if someone was vaccinated. Say, for instance, you are traveling. You don't need to start like they do today, bring out several documents and things like that. Your information is embedded in the QR code. You just scan it, and then it goes off. So it's even in use in governmental circle. And I mentioned it, that look at commercial industries or commercial sales, buying and selling thing in the marketing. Check, as you just go around, just check. You will see that they've seen it, that this is incredibly a good way to get quick access to materials. So we've been slow to adopt in education, but I think as we move on, as people see the need, and as technology becomes part of our process, moving from substitution to redefinition of how things are going, it can only get better. Well, thanks for the observation, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I really want to thank Dr. ACETEL for the questions and concerns raised. You spoke about the policy. Actually, we need to look into the policy issue concerning this in the educational institutions. We can start with institutional policy, guiding the use of e-learning. And even when you're doing it fully online or you want to blend, we need to come up with a policy. That policy will serve as a guide for integrating some of this technology into our learning system. Now, on the usability of it, I want to say that all of us, in one way or the other, we are using this QR code unknowingly. If I may ask, how many of us normally access our WhatsApp through the desktop, through our computers? Before you can come in there, they will tell you scan. And once you scan, you see that everything you have on your phone will just appear on your computer. And from there, you are able to do a lot of things you need to do. So coming to the university environment for the students, I think if we get them to know the importance of it, they will walk along. And in this area, how do we get it to get integrated into our lesson? I was just discussing with Dr. Bello here. I said, well, this will really be very nice, whereby you integrate it into tests. And like some of us here that are already into dual purpose, the dual distance education system, you are doing online and you have course material. I have been brainstorming, okay, how do you now have it in the textual form? The course material you have in textual form should be the same with what the student that want to access online should have equal material. So if you use this code, it will be very nice. So it now depends again on the creativity of the lecturer or the instructor on how you want to embed this code into the material, apart from the policy issue that need to come in. Because even giving our materials or giving resources to students, we're already doing it. I know it's in the face-to-face, the conventional system, sometimes there are some lecturers, they download some materials online. They give to their students to go and make photocopy and they share. Then there are some, they just give you a link and say, go and check. Yes, 100% may not check. Reason being that some of them have issue on the access devices to reach that material. But with this QR code, it will become easy for them. I think for that, what I would really say is that, one, we the teachers, we the instructors, we need to be creative about it and how we can integrate it into the system, how we can integrate it into our instruction, then the student will pick up there. And for those of us that are in the position to actually help to promote the policy aspect of it, we should do that in our various institutions. Let's start at the institutional level before we go national and the like. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Professor Inebedion and Dr. Adewale Adeshino for this interesting session. And we also want to appreciate Dr. Bello for the very brilliant session also that he had at the first session. So what we have now is the short break, and we'll be back soon for the most important part, which is evaluating what we have done. And so please, I want to urge all the participants to please get back in the next 20 minutes, because you're going to be assessed like real time. So the resource persons will be here to evaluate what we've all done, and then you will also be guided feedback. So I want to encourage us, not just for the assessment, but also feedback for improvement. So please, we'll be back in the next 20 minutes or 18 minutes, because we've already overshot by 2 minutes. So let's get back 12:20. And then
Dr. Vivian, please, there are 2 hands up. I don't know if they have questions. Maybe you want to ask them to put it in the chat, or you want to take...
Maybe we can give them, just that we'll now use it for the time and we'll add it to our time. Yes, we'll give opportunity to them. I didn't even see, I had checked earlier. So please go ahead, the first person. Dr. Yebola.
Yeah,
hello.
I'm on. Hello, I'm on.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. I just want to compliment Dr. Adewale on the COVID-19 vaccination. The QR code on the COVID-19 card has been designed to customize the page to every individual. Yesterday, while Professor Inebede was delivering, towards the end, I have to sneak out. It was my time to take my second jab. So, but I scanned and discovered that my name was not inputted correctly. The spelling of my name was wrong. So I got that corrected yesterday. And I want to inform everyone that with the way the website, the database is designed, virtually every Nigerian who has that card, we have a wrong date of birth. Just go and scan yours if you have done it. Because they only ask for your age. So if you're born in somewhere November 1986, for example, and by now you say, okay, you are 34 years because we are still not in November by now. And then on the 1st of January, 1987. So to meet that. So I complained to them, and I believe every Nigerian will have this experience. So probably this is an avenue for every one of us to go and check, and we can actually raise alarm about this so that something correct can be done to that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ishak. The next participant, Professor Longe, please go ahead. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. Well, we have said everything, but nothing about the security of these QR systems. Just like what Dr. Ishak said, it's very, very funny that in Africa, sometimes we just rush into adopting technologies. I just transited from Gambia to Lagos, then down to Accra here. Within the last 3-4 days, I've been traveling, and I've experienced these so-called QR systems in different places. We are still plagued with the problem of multiple biometric entries. My record in Nigeria on the COVID system did not tally with what I got in Gambia. By the time I was entering Accra again, it was a different ballgame. So I think as educationists, while we adopt all these technologies, we should also be very conscious of the fact that we are getting a lot of data, and when data are documented with errors, it can be very fatal for those who might want to use it, or those whose livelihood or journey or whatever depends on this data. So we had a lot of arguments at the airport. I was given an age that is 42 or 43. My place of birth was wrong, and then you have to begin to explain and explain and explain. So I think as educationists, as we adopt this technology, we should think about data entry portion of this, data governance, as well as the user requirements, so that these technologies will provide, we'll be able to use them to provide the efficiency and effectiveness that they are designed for.
Thank you, Professor Longe. I guess these are all contributions, and it's an ongoing it's a technology that we're all supposed to also contribute to. So I don't know whether Dr. Adeshino wants to make any further comments before we go. We have 15 minutes for break.
No, thank you. I'm learning quite a lot from
right.
the issues based. Thank you.
All right, so thank you. In the next 15 minutes, that means 12:20, we're back. And like I said, it's a very critical session. So please, let's all be back by that 12:20, because we'll all be assessed. Thank you so much. Bye. Okay, so thank you so much. Hello. Time.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yes. I think, is it Abubakar to turn off this music? Because it's time, exactly time. All right, so thank you so much. And thank you once again. We're back to the last session. And this will be on, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. But can they turn off
the music is still in the background and it's distracting. Just wanted the music to be turned off. Is it Abubakar? Hello?
I'm trying to call them. Let me get that sorted out.
Dr. Bello? About this technical. Okay, so thank you so much and welcome back from the break. So like we said earlier, this session will be on the presentation and review of course material hosted by the VLE. I suppose it's for all of us. And then we're going to display, it will be reviewed by all the resource persons. All the resource persons will be here to assess and evaluate. So please, I think this is supposed to be Dr. Adeshino, while all the other resource persons also will be present. Dr. Adeshino, Dr. Adewale.
Is joining us now. Yeah.
All right, so I hope participants are ready with their course materials for presentation that are hosted on the VLE based on what the resource persons had. So this is like a test to assess everyone on what has been done. Dr. Adewale, please. Yeah, welcome, Dr. Adewale. So over to you on the presentation and review of the course material hosted on the VLE by the participants. So please take over, while all the other resource persons will also be on ground to assess. Thank you, Dr. Adeshino.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm actually sharing this session with Professor Ofule. And of course, the other participants, the other facilitators are on. This session is all about seeing how far we have gone or where we are in terms of carrying out the activities and tasks that were assigned right from day one. If you recall, we started with a session informing us that for online blended learning delivery, it's best to be clear about what the learning outcomes are or what the learning objective is. And we are giving some guides on how to make good learning outcomes. And then we had other sessions on design generally, how to design your online course or your blended learning course and put it to the LMS. I recall as well, we gave login accounts to every participant such that they can log in and post one or two things, especially their learning outcomes. So now is the time, we just want to see what we have done. Yesterday, we had instructional videos. We know it's so much within so short a time, but yesterday we had a session on instructional videos, and I know that some of us will have done something or in the verge of completing the task. So now let's hear from us. You just need to raise up your hand, and then you can share your screen, or you direct us to go to your page, and we will do that. Professor Ofula, am I on track?
I think so, although I was thinking that perhaps we go to the VLE, and I don't know how easy it is to identify those who have uploaded something, and perhaps use that as the yardstick to go and call on each person who has done something. But we can start with what with the approach that you have. But in the absence of anybody's coming up, then maybe we can do that.
Okay, Prof. Thank you very much. So we have quite a number of participants, and so sometimes it's difficult to flip through to check, except we first look at those that have logged in and then use that as a means of checking. So, but then, I mean, we're all here, aren't we? At least right now we have a couple of us, and some people may have theirs even still in the work in progress stage. So yeah, so even that is enough to show, at least to start with. Okay, so let's hear from our participants. Anyone raising hand?
We have just about 18 people in the room now, so maybe we could go around and ask Dr. Terry Amuzu, Dr. Falilat, Dr. Taiwo, Dr. Adamu Abubakar, Dr. Alabi, Dr. Bay. I'm actually not sure if these persons are actually there. This is why I'm calling. Please, if you are in the room, can you please indicate or respond? Fatoumata, David Gali, Oludele Awodele, Dr. Amina, please, we expect that you would have completed, but we would like you to share what you have so far, even if it's identification of the course, the units in the course, in terms of a topic, learning outcomes, the things like that is what we would like you to share. So we are not asking for a completed unit at this point, but we would like you to share what you have so far. So if you have identified a topic in a course, we would like to see it. If you can share your screen, and then the learning outcomes, we hope you will have at least one or two. And then if you have more than that, you have a section, you have identified the structure of your units, you've designed the structure, that would also be good. So just for you, please just share whatever it is that you have done to date. That's what we would like to see. So is there anybody, I see in the chat, this is in response to, there was a question, there was a comment in the chat that it's still work in progress. We realize that it's work in progress, but we would like to see what you've done so far. So can we, are you seeing anything on the VLE, Dr. Adeshina?
Well, I was expecting Dr. Ishak. I think he's no more in the room. Okay, he's still in the room, I believe, or maybe he's not the one, because somebody is handling this course, and
Dr. Adeshina, he's the one, that's his name.
Okay, but he's not, he has made an attempt. This is his page.
Yes.
He's been able to change. He's been able to change the course title from practice, whatever it was, which is nice. And he has uploaded the PowerPoint. He has a course material uploaded and topic.
Okay, and he has a topic.
He has a discussion forum actually on innovation. Well, even without checking the content, at least we're seeing him putting in some details. These are just the small steps we want to see, at least to move forward. Yeah, so except he's here, I will not even bother about opening the content yet.
Yeah, he's not, it's like he's not in the room.
So, but
so do we have any persons in the room, please, who have done something similar, or if you've not even yet uploaded, you still have it on in a Word document, we would like you to share, please. Dr. Adeshina, are you able to see any other things on the VLE?
Yes, there is. Well, it's difficult to see except people have
they change their title.
Titles, yes. But here's another one. This is by, let me check. Okay, this is by Dr. Greg Onworthy. He has actually uploaded learning outcomes. Again, it's not in the course, so I will like to, we may not want to comment on it without him.
Yeah, we cannot.
So.
While Dr. Adeshina is scrolling through the VLE, can I still make this call. We have 20 people supposedly in the room. Respond if you're in the room. Dr. Mr. Amuzu, Dr. Ms. Falila Jima, Dr. Tumike Taiwo, Dr. Is this one of us or this one of the participants? Adamu Abubakar Aliu, Dr. Alabi Ishak. Please, if you are in the room, can you please respond? You can unmute and respond. Dr. Fatoumata Bey.
I think Dr. Alabi is raising a hand, Prof. I think Dr. Alabi is raising his hand. Dr.
Okay,
Alabi,
you're in the room, okay. Okay, so you can unmute to speak, please. You can unmute Dr. Alabi Oludele. Okay, Dr. Falila Jimo, yeah, okay, you're in the room. Yes, please, we would like to hear from you, starting with Dr. Alabi Ishak. Your hand is raised, please unmute. Dr. Alabi, if you can hear me, please unmute to speak. Okay, what about Dr. Falila Jimo? She responded now to say she's in the room. Can you please unmute to speak?
I'm in the class.
Oh, okay, Dr. Alabi, yes?
Yes, I'm in the class. I'm in the room.
Okay. Yeah, so we would like to you to share with us on the assignments how far you have gone.
Actually, I just corrected some slides because I joined the class very late on the opening day, so it's only the slides of the course that I was able to put together, but I'm unable to upload it to the LMS. I don't think I have.
Yeah, but you have identified a course and you have identified the units in the course.
Yes, I did.
I mean the topic.
Yes, the topic.
Yeah, so you can show us. Yeah, if you've done that, then can you share your screen to show us?
Okay, I will do
so that we know what the topic is, and then if the you
can advance while I look for. I will present it shortly.
Okay.
All right.
Dr. Falila Jimo, you responded that you're in the room. Can you please unmute?
I'm in the room. Thank you. I haven't uploaded them on the online portal because I've been in transit. However, I've actually had the sketch of the task that was meant to be done, getting a topic, then drafting internal learning outcomes, looking at course material, presentation slide for such topic, and other sample materials that could facilitate learning. So for the topic, I chose divide and conquer algorithm techniques. For the intended outcome.
Sorry, what's the course? What's the title of the course?
The title of the course is algorithm. The topic I chose is divide and conquer algorithm techniques.
Okay.
That's a sub of that course. So under the intended learning outcome, I wrote by the end of this unit, you will be able to describe the divide and conquer algorithm techniques. You will be able to analyze sample algorithms that uses this approach. So under the course material, a picture of a broom, African broom. So I will be able to explain that the African broom, it's not easier to break it when it's in a bunch, but when you separate the African broom separately, you can break them easily. So that's the concept of divide and conquer. So when you have any problem, algorithm problem, when you break it into little chunks, it's easier to solve individual problems and combine the results. That's the concept. And then I'm going to upload the lecture notes and the lecture slide describing such topic. And then at the end, I'm also going to give them some online cartoons that shows execution of such algorithm. We have some online animations that can be used to show the way those algorithms execute. That's all I have.
Okay, that's quite a bit. Thank you. Well done. Although we would have loved to see it in you share your screen, but you said you are in transit. I don't know if my colleagues have any comments to make. We will look forward to seeing the upload because that's when we'll be able to make some concrete comments. But from what you have said, Dr. Additional, Dr. Bello, any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I think it will be a bit difficult to analyze the outputs now unless we are able to see. But I think what she has done, she has been able to follow to some extent the principle in setting the learning outcome. Although this ABCD components we expect that should be there are not all there in totality. But I think, for instance, when she mentioned something about the sample, if you are giving them something like different types of samples or different categories, then you should specify specific, you make it specific. How many types do you want them to mention, or do you want them to explain? Or how many categories, for instance, do you want them to explain? But it's, I think she has been able to.
The categories are all in the slides.
Only the slides. Okay, I think it's better when you upload, we'll be able to see and analyze better. But well done anyway. You have done something recently. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Nwocha, you had your hand raised earlier. Do you have a comment?
No, I was clapping. Hello, sorry. I was clapping for Dr. Falilat for the attempt. Okay. I was clapping.
Okay. So very good attempt, and Dr. Falilat. So we look forward to seeing the uploading on the course platform. Yes. So we move on. Dr. Terry Amuzu, are you in the room now?
I think we have Dr. Sadibu Faye raising hand. Prof.
Yes, okay. Dr. Fadibu, yes, please, can you unmute to speak, to share with us what you have? Yes, Dr. Faye, thank you.
Oui, bonjour, je suis le francophone du groupe.
Oui, can we have the interpreter, please, interpret to English for us? Yeah, please go ahead, continue.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je vous remercie d'abord pour les présentations et pour cette formation. Je suis Cheikh Saadi Boufaï, enseignant-chercheur en géomatique à l'École polytechnique de Thiès au Sénégal. J'ai beaucoup apprécié.
Un moment, monsieur. We are waiting for, can we have the interpreter? Mr. Patrick, are you in the room?
Yes, it's working. Just click on
working. You can just click on
English.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Je disais que merci beaucoup.
Please go ahead, continue.
Merci beaucoup à tous les présentateurs et les présentatrices de ce séminaire. Ce séminaire a été très intéressant. Nous avons beaucoup appris en partant de diagramme du Bloom qui nous a permis de pouvoir améliorer nos cours, mais également de la possibilité de réaliser des vidéos. J'ai eu à réaliser d'ailleurs même une vidéo pour mes cours et j'ai beaucoup appris également avec la dernière présentation à travers les codes QR. Et je peux dire que maintenant, désormais, tous mes cours, par exemple, auront des codes QR à partir desquels je pourrai, par exemple, donner mes étudiants la possibilité de consulter les cours et de les avoir dans leur téléphone, dans leur smartphone, etc. Donc, c'est un sentiment de satisfaction et de remerciement à tout le groupe, n'est-ce pas, que nous ressentons et nous voulons dire merci à tout le monde. Merci encore une bonne fois. Vraiment, ce sont les mots que je voudrais dire à l'encontre de ces personnes qui ont fait d'excellentes présentations. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde. Je vous remercie et bonne journée. Voilà, merci.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sadibou Faye. We would have loved to see your, for you to share with us the course you have chosen and then the topic you have chosen, and then some of the applications of the things that you have learned. Even if it's not completed yet, if you can share that with us, that would be great.
Oui, bien sûr, je peux partager mon écran. Comme ça, je vous montre un peu les quelque chose que j'ai eu à faire. OK, si vous me donnez la possibilité de partager.
Please go ahead.
OK.
Yes, please go ahead.
OK. D'accord. L'onglet se trouve où encore? Je ne le retrouve pas ici. Pour le partage.
If it goes to share screen, it goes to the green button.
Oui, oui, c'est bon. D'accord, c'est bon. Donc, je partage ici un écran pour vous montrer un peu le code QR que j'ai eu à réaliser. Et c'est pour mon cours de télédétection spatiale. J'espère que tout le monde l'a vu. Vous m'entendez?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
OK. Ça, c'est déjà mon code QR.
OK.
Ensuite, je vais essayer de vous montrer maintenant la vidéo.
So these are the slides.
Yeah. Je vais essayer maintenant de vous montrer la vidéo que j'ai réalisée. OK. Sur cette même thématique. OK. Vidéo. Voilà. Donc, pour la vidéo, il y a encore. Partager tout. Excusez-moi si ça vous prend un peu de temps. Donc, voilà la vidéo que j'ai réalisée aujourd'hui en essayant d'appliquer tout ce qu'on a vu. OK.
OK.
Donc, voilà donc la vidéo. Où nous avons ici un cours de télédétection spatiale qui est dispensé par moi-même au niveau de l'école polytechnique où je suis à Thiès. Et j'avais commencé à mettre le plan. Donc, j'ai dû mettre juste un seul chapitre au niveau de cette partie. Et c'est un chapitre introductif qui essaie de montrer les applications de la télédétection en génie civil. Ensuite, à partir de là, j'ai également essayé de répondre à une question qui a été posée, notamment la définition des objectifs d'apprentissage. Donc, pour dire tout simplement qu'à la fin de ce cours, l'étudiant doit être en mesure de définir la télédétection spatiale, de situer la télédétection dans cette grande science qu'on appelle la géomatique, mais également de situer l'importance de la télédétection dans les travaux de génie civil. Donc, je n'ai pas encore fini, donc j'essaie d'appliquer tout ce que j'ai vu, tout ce qu'on a commencé à apprendre ici. Voilà, donc c'est un peu quelques slides que je voudrais partager avec vous. Donc, je vous dis encore merci beaucoup et bonne journée. Voilà donc quelques réalisations que je voulais partager avec vous. Et je vous dis toujours merci et bonne journée.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Sadibo 5.
Okay.
This is excellent work.
Okay.
You can stop sharing now. I don't know if my colleagues have a question, but very good work, very good attempt.
Okay.
We look forward to seeing the completed unit. What we just would like everyone to have is just a topic within a course, and the learning outcomes, the title of the topic, the learning outcomes for that topic, a section or 2 sections. If you can complete it, that is great.
Okay.
And then your self-assessment questions, in-text questions, and so on, so that we can see the full and the application. Where you feel in the resources, you can add a resource or put a QR code that will lead a student to the resource. That would also be very good. But well done. Any comments? Yes.
Okay, merci. Il n'y a pas de souci.
Yeah.
Dr. Additional comments?
No, I just want to say it's very encouraging to see the effort. Actually, it's a long journey. Even those that think they're anywhere will know that they didn't start and get there within a day. And it takes time and effort as well. And I also want to mention that it takes having a project attitude or a mindset. He has tackled it. What I've observed is he has tackled it with a live project that he's possibly working on, and that makes it more authentic. And also the motivation is also there, compelling one to work. So just like we encourage, we would like to see more of such effort. And thank you so much. I really appreciated the effort and discussion.
Okay. Thank you. So Dr. Ishak Oyefolahan, you have your hand raised. Are you ready to share now?
Yes, thank you, Prof. I equally laid my hand on some things which I would like to share.
Please go ahead.
I was able to upload on the course page created for us. So let me share my slide, please.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, let me go back. I have a lot of pages on. I actually have this slide on the page which I have uploaded, and I did a couple of things. I have additional slide as well. I hope this slide can be seen.
Yes, we can see it. We can see your slide.
Okay, thank you, Prof. The first I have on my page, the first I have on my page is actually this. It's a general overview about the course, and I have the aim of the course as requested by Professor Juliet. So I have this carved as my aim. The aim of this course is to adequately, the title of the course is Innovation Management and Organizational Change. So I have this aim. The aim of this course is to adequately equip students of the concepts and strategies required for effective innovation and change management in organizations. Then I have the objectives, which are listed here. And
can you scroll? We're still on slide 1.
Oh. Can you see my slide 2 now?
Not yet.
The aim of it.
Yeah, I think you need to reshare, Dr. Ishak, and select the slide, not the PowerPoint page.
Okay, are we together now?
Okay, yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can move to slide 2 now.
Oh. Okay, there's a typo error there. So this is slide 2.
Okay.
Where the aim of the course is actually stated here, which is to adequately use of the concepts and strategies required for effective innovation and change management in organization. Then I move to the objectives. So I list these 5 objectives as a means to achieve the aim stated above. I think I won't be reading them one by one to save our time.
No need to. We can see them. Yeah.
Okay. Then I mentioned about the audience and duration. So I have 2 audiences there, the student as well as professionals. The duration of the course, 14 weeks, 13 weeks of lectures and formative assessment, and 1 week for summative assessment. So this is just about the course overview. So I want to share another page now where I have a topic choosing from this course.
Okay.
And which I want to, so let me stop sharing this and go to the book. Okay. So this, I actually did a little of recording, actually, though I was working on a different subject as at yesterday towards this morning, because I felt I would not be able to meet up, so I have to come to a course which I have already. I was working on artificial intelligence for business, actually. I think I will still work on that and put it on LMS. That's what I actually want to showcase. But for the case of doing what Dr. Adewale asked us to do, so I have come up with this, and I have this video. This is a recording from PowerPoint, actually, as presented by Dr. Bello yesterday. Okay, and after this, I have a video that actually introduced innovation. Let me play for us.
Innovation. As human beings, ideas are one of the greatest powers we have. Creating something new not only boosts our well-being and motivation, but allows us to express our thinking in the most positive way. How many times have we heard someone say, "We need to find a solution. How are we going to solve this?" The issue is, we are all great at pointing out the problem, but the real fun is in thinking about the idea that is going to improve our day-to-day lives. To be truly innovative, you need to put all of the reasons you can't do something to one side and think as freely as possible. 30 years ago, would people have thought that Wi-Fi was...
Let me pause because of our time. That is just to show. So for this particular unit, I have the intended learning outcomes. By the end of this unit, you'll be able to define creativity within the context of individual and organizational innovation. I like the main innovation management terminology and concepts, manage innovations using appropriate technology, apply the concepts and theories behind innovation management. And I think it goes like that to the 14th slide. So that is how I have actually structured it. for the sake of presentation here. I want to share my page actually. I try to play with some things mentioned by Dr. Adewale, creating a forum, creating, let me share my page. Okay, please. I think I have a lot of things there. I need to take them down first. But in summary, I was actually able to add materials, but some of the challenges I observed is the volume of video. I mean, the megabyte of video that can be added. This video I just played now, I wanted to add it as a standalone video on the course page, but I couldn't do that because I have limitation. The system says the megabyte is just, I know there's a maximum of 2 megabytes there as stated. So if something can be done where this video can actually accommodate, I mean, where a larger video can be accommodated, I think it will be interesting. So that's what I have done for now. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ishak. This is a hello, can you hear us? Hello? Dr. Ishak, can you hear me? This is a very, Dr. Ishak, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. This is a very good attempt. And we're going to be making 1 or 2 comments. And I will have my colleagues also make theirs, Dr. Adeshina, Dr. Bello. I think that I would just want to comment on the things you have done very well. I think attempting to integrate a video into your slide presentation, doing the slide presentation is really very good. The learning outcomes, yes, good attempts. And my only comment is maybe with the use of the word manage innovation using appropriate theory. I think that might be difficult for you to measure. So you may want to look at that again. Then as for the challenges of the video, yes, that's why we advise that your videos, usually what we do is to upload them onto YouTube. So you have a YouTube channel, upload those videos you want onto YouTube, and then just the link is what you would insert in your, or put onto your VLE, because then what that means is that when your students click on that video on your VLE, it takes them to the YouTube, to your YouTube channel where you have uploaded it, and that way you reduce the uploads. So I don't know if my colleagues have, those are just my few comments. Dr. Adeshina, comments?
Well, just to say a good attempt again, and I'm particularly impressed with the effort made on the VLE to add discussion forums and also quizzes. Actually, what we have provided is like a test bed, just in case some of us may not be very familiar and we want to see how as a lecturer you can do this without fearing that you spoil anything. That's one of the reasons we have it. So you can do whatever you want there actually. And good effort there. Regarding the learning objectives, I saw one, I think the very first PowerPoint slide you showed, there was one of the objectives or learning outcomes that specified that you will be able to understand something. And I just want to again reiterate one of the popular comments when you see learning objectives that have the goal understand. that we should try as much as possible to avoid writing a learning outcome that specifies that the learner will understand something, because in a way you may not be able to measure it. And learning objectives are supposed to be a bit measurable. You can't gauge really, in the real sense of the word, somebody's understanding. A workaround that people use is you'll be able to explain. So explain kind of mask, because if you understand, you should to some extent be able to explain. So we may want to tweak that a little bit. And otherwise, it's nice to people will be able to demonstrate, and I think I saw develop or something like that. So those are action verbs. And if we refer back to either the slides or the video sent by Dr. Bello, I think that will clarify that a bit. So, but a very good effort, very good work. I must really say, please just keep it up. You have the account with you even after this training. They will be on for a while before we reset the site for maybe another session. So please feel free to continue to practice. Thank you.
Dr. Bello?
Okay, thank you, Prof. I think it's getting interesting. As rightly mentioned by the director, it's a very good attempt, but I'm surprised that some of the participants can be able to go this long within just 3 days.
3 days.
It's been a very good attempt. As mentioned by the director, it's just look at I like the way Dr. Ishak has set the learning outcomes, cutting across the lower order and the higher order thinking skills. But you need to avoid what the director said, using vague verbs, because it will affect the way you structure your content as well. But all along, it's been very good attempts. Just keep it up, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Additional, Dr. Bello, and thank you again, Dr. Ishak, for sharing. Like we have said, and we'll reiterate, as Dr. Additional has said, we will have some post-workshop support on for, I don't know, we'll determine how long. And I think we'll also be sharing with you like a sort of checklist to ensure all the things that need to be on your VLE, that to complete, at least have the complete practice unit that I think will be necessary in order to earn the certificate for the workshop. So once again, well done, Dr. Oyefola.
Dr.
Nuruddin, somebody had his hand up. Yes, please, Dr. Nuruddin, you had your hand up.
Yes, ma'am.
You may unmute to speak. Yes, good afternoon.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Able to use the Camtasia, that video editing software.
Yeah.
But may I share may I share my screen to see what I have done so far?
Yes, please.
Okay. 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 This is my screen.
Okay.
And the topic that I've selected is computer application for the design of instructional learning materials. So here is the first slide. And as you can see, I have a video that will be introduce myself here. And the next slide that explains the learning objectives. That's at the end of this lesson, learners will be able to, number one, list some computer applications that can be used in designing instructional video for learning. Number 2, to use those applications for the set objectives. And number 3, to compare the flexibility and relevance of those applications in the design of such materials. And this is my third slide. And in this slide, I've explained the applications, or the applications that can be used for the design of learning videos. They are divided into 3. There is photo creation and design software. There's a video editing applications, and there's also a presentation software. Under the photo creation and design software, we have software such as CorelDRAW and Adobe Photoshop. In video editing applications such as Camtasia and CS5 or CS6 and Adobe Video Editor. We also have presentation software such as Microsoft PowerPoint. Now, what I mean here is those are the software that can be used for designing, for the design of instructional videos or videos that can be used for learning. So in the next stage, next slide, you will see that it's explaining about the explanation about the CorelDRAW or photo creation and design software. It has been divided into 2, that is CorelDRAW and Adobe Photoshop. So I didn't finish it. That's why I didn't include all the explanations about CorelDRAW and Adobe Photoshop. So thank you, Ma. That's what I did.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Nuruddin, for a good attempt. Comments from Dr. Adeshina and Dr. Bello, please. You can stop sharing now.
No, sorry, please. Before you stop sharing, can you just go to the learning outcomes?
Okay, don't stop. The slide 2. Go to slide 2. Slide 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure Dr. Bello is looking at this critically. Yeah, very good. List at the end of the lesson. So you have list. This is a low order level question, or at least a learning or outcome. Use those applications for the said objectives. Okay, so that is for designing instructional video for learning. I don't know, maybe for clarity, it might be nice to, since it's only one objective or so that I'm seeing up there, it's nice to be as specific as possible. So for clarity. Then you have another, I think this is an application question, if I'm correct. Compare the flexibility and relevance of the applications in design. So it kind of brings it up a little bit deeper. I think they are fair objectives because this will guide the remaining part of the work. So yeah, I think it's a nice work, well done. Actually, this is what's required for most of the participants. Once you can get your objectives out, get the video and upload it to your learning management system, it shows you have started something. It doesn't have to be perfect, but the process is what matters. Learning continues. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Adeshina. I think the other thing there is the use of the word learners. So you should address your learners directly, Mohammed. Instead of saying learners will be able to, it should be you will be able to.
Okay, thank you, Ma.
Dr. Bello, any other comments?
Yes, Ma. I think as rightly mentioned, the learning outcomes will determine what you put there And when you mentioned when you say learners will be able to utilize that is application now. Now, for them to be able to utilize, then you should be ready to include in your content how they'll be able to use. Now, for instance, how would they be able to navigate these tools now? And that requires you to do an instructional video or a screencast, okay, to tell them exactly how to go about it. Because
to demonstrate.
To demonstrate, Mahango, to demonstrate. Fantastic, you set it very well. But when we get to the content, it might defeat the purpose of that learning outcome, because when your learners just read your slide on how to maybe how to install the software or how to use it to edit the content, it doesn't make, they won't get anything. They will just read because there is nothing to demonstrate to show them exactly how it is being done. So since you are still coming up with it, then you should think about how you can maybe use Camtasia, for instance, to capture that tool as a screencast. Now tell them, okay, this where you click. If you want to drag, this where you drag, this where you do. Okay, so that will make your learning outcome to be much more measurable and relevant now. Then when you say they should be able to list some, not some, you are giving them like 4 items, for instance, you give them three tools. If you want them to mention all the 3 tools, tell them you should be able to mention the 3 tools that will be used for so. If you want them to mention 2 out of 3, tell them, be specific in what exactly you want them to be able to do at the end. But all along, it's a very, very nice attempt, Dr. Muhammad. Well done, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Additional, Dr. Bello. I have Dr. Igwe Joseph Sunday, whose hand is raised before, and also Dr. Gershon. And the anchor moderator, how much time do we have? We have 2 people to take. Do we have enough time to take them?
We have overshot, but we can just take them quickly.
Okay.
But they should be brief, please.
Okay, so what we're supposed to end at what time? This is 13:18.
20. Just okay, 2 minutes to go.
Oh, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Wow. I'm not sure they'll be okay. So let's take them, because we do want to take as many as we possibly can.
Yeah.
And I hope that other participants are listening, because you learn from the comments that are being made on the presentation and the sharing of others. So please do listen in, even if you are not sharing. We'll take Dr. Igwe Joseph Sunday first, and then Dr. Gershon next. Dr. Igwe, please. You have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity. I wish to say that I so much appreciate Dr. Mohammed's presentation. It was very short, but straight to the point. It's not a matter of time that it takes, but it's what someone takes out of it. Because immediately he presented that something I picked out of it. 3 groups of software, the ones you can use to design your drawings, the ones that you can use to make your videos, and the ones that you can use to make the presentation. It is something to take home out of the whole thing. So I really like how he picked his points and the way he presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Igwe, for the comment. I thought you were going to share your what you have been able to do so far, or is still in progress. Okay, Dr. Gershon, please, you can unmute.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm Dr. Gershon from Covenant University. It's been very enlightening for me. I'm conversant with using the learning management system, but specifically I will share what I've tried to do from what was taught yesterday. I just got my login details to the learning management system. So I'll share my screen, but somebody's still sharing.
Oh, is someone still sharing? No, I think we've stopped.
Okay.
Please go ahead and share your screen.
I have it on PowerPoint, but it's on Microsoft Word, just to show what I got yesterday that I've started using, which I hope to transfer to a PowerPoint slide. So basically it's the course intermediate microeconomics. The course overview is basic microeconomics, and the learning outcomes are as shown on the, as you may see. So previously I didn't know how to create discussion forums. So, but based on what we were taught yesterday, I learned how to create a discussion forum for a topic, theory of consumer behavior, which I've applied, and the learning outcomes. By the end of the topic, students will be able to explain how the market demand curve can be determined for a product. And the title of the discussion forum I created, which I hope to put on the learning management system, is how to carry out a market survey. Basically, you have economics being taught in different universities, but few companies want to use our economics department for market survey. And the criteria I used is to fundamentally is based on the set learning outcome, which is that students should be able to explain. By the end of the topic, students will explain how the market demand curve can be determined for a company. And my goal basically is to see the students' mindset, you know, based on the learning outcome. I want to see the students' mindset about market survey and the demand analysis. So the self-assessment questions, I've not developed them for this topic, but in summary, this is what I got, and I've you know, started applying it, and it will help me in my experience of using learning management system discussion forums, basically. Thank you very much. It's been very impactful for me. I'm truly grateful.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gershom. This is another good effort. I think please still keep the sharing, still keep your screen on. Dr. Bello, I'll start with you.
All right, Prof, thanks. And I think it's commendable what Dr. Gershon has been able to achieve within the short period of less than 3 days. It's a very good way to apply what you have learned in the workshop. But just a few comments here. When you say, I think in your institution, you need to agree on the kind of STEM you use. When you say by the end of this course, it is expected. It's not at the end of the course, because you are building this for a particular unit, okay? It's not a course objective. You are talking about the learning outcome for a particular unit. You can say, okay, by the end of this unit, or if it's a video, okay, by the end of this video or something like that. So you will be able to just straight for, it's not students. We don't use students for online and distance learning participate. You just you will be able to, that's just make it direct, and you will be able to that's fine. That's fine. Then when you now begin to do this, you don't put any other thing. You will just start with all these measurable verbs. Yeah, you don't need all this be. Just you'll be able to solve something like that. So you'll be able to explain. Okay, so you will be able to you will be conversant. This conversant is it's vague. It's not measurable. Then you should be able to replace it with something that is measurable. Okay,
maybe able to apply. Maybe to apply
or apply it, something like that. Now, so you and this one is better. So subsequently, when you are building your content, all this will affect the way you are going to build your content. And mind you, when you say they will be able to demonstrate, in that case, you should be able to prepare something for them to see, okay, so that they'll be able to demonstrate, okay. So I think this is a good one. And if you are able to stick to that, to these learning outcomes, it will guide you to come up with something fantastic in terms of your content. So well done, Dr. Gishan. Thanks for well done for the good effort.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bello. Dr. Additional comments from you? Is Professor Negbedion in the room?
No, she's not.
Okay. Dr. Additional,
Yeah.
you may want to make some comments also on the discussion forum aspect.
Okay, I think it's a good attempt. The discussion forum, I think, how are you going to carry out a market survey? It's like asking a question, although prompting answers, but you may want to reward it a little bit to make it more interesting. For instance, you can ask, can you discuss how you could do a market survey for your new product or for your innovative product, or what are the, can you explain the big steps? Something that is a bit more specific and shows where they should go. So that will help guide the discussion where it should go, rather than just a question. Because I know some of the mistakes we make, and we all do that, is to turn the discussion forum to be answering straight questions that have maybe defined answers already. So it's not like a test where you say define. In a discussion forum, you're asking, define marketing. Well, that's not the purpose of a discussion forum. If you turn it to mean, okay, discuss how marketing has been able to transform or how it affects sales, discuss in your own context or in your product. That prompts this idea of moving forward.
Yeah. Exactly.
Then I'll just also mention regarding your learning objectives, if you can just, your learning outcomes, if you scroll up a little bit, already, no, I think it's...
Dr. Gershon, can you scroll up a little? Thank you.
I think we are all learning every day, I inclusive. What we have more or less learned is that your learning objectives define or set the tone for that unit or that course. Already looking at these 4 things you have said, I can see 4 sections evolving for a material, or even if you are presenting an instructional video, your learning outcomes have already given you an idea of how the content will come. So as you are writing, you are looking back to the learning outcome to see it reflecting in or developing PowerPoints or video. You are making sure that they reflect. And when it comes to the assessment questions as well, you see it follows rather than just notes that fill up the space, but are not that, they are not leading to smooth and nice instruction. So I know Dr. Vivian is itching to stop this conversation, but it's just getting more interesting.
No, it's getting more interesting. Thank you.
It's okay, because this is the high point of the workshop.
Let me just add, this is the reason why we have this workshop. Thank you. Let me just quickly add that for the discussion forum, I think everything Dr. Additional has said is quite relevant. But I think you should also be able to add that because the discussion forum should actually be a discussion between to foster student-to-student interaction. And then, of course, at the end of the day, you come in and give a summary at the end of the day. So it's always important to always let the students know that they should also respond to the post of 2 or 3 of their course mates. That's always very important. So that at the end of the day, you will have very robust discussions, and that you will be able to, as the facilitator or tutor, be able to summarize at the end of the day. And then also, I think for the although you have not set the self-assessment questions, I like the fact that, yes, you are tying it up to also to your learning outcomes. As Dr. Additional has rightly mentioned, already your learning outcomes have sort of given a picture of what your content and the sections in your content that will make up your content. So about 4 sections that will now have subs under, and then your self-assessment questions can easily now ask questions that relate to each section. So that means you will have like a self-assessment question per section, which means per learning outcome. So that is already, you can see that the picture for your unit is already being mapped out that way. And I like, because it's a very good way to plan, and then you can now carry out. So you now ask yourself, okay, where do I need videos? Where would I need a video? Or some, where would I need a resource that that will be useful? And then you'll be able to plan and put that there, so that when you are actually now implementing, this will be the document that would help you, that will guide you in the implementation. So well done again. I think this is excellent work. We look forward to seeing that unit on your VLE, and congratulations. Thank you.
I'm truly grateful.
Okay, so I think yes, okay. Thank you, Dr. Geshen. So I think we have come to, this is all we can take. We would like to continue, but this is all we can take at this session. And I want to thank all the brave participants that have shared what they have done so far. And I think you've all done very good work. Like we have said, in 3 days is really short. And I really want to commend your efforts. I would only plead that you complete the unit. Complete the unit, do as much as you can. If you have the slide presentation, you have your questions, a short quiz, the discussion forum, please complete the unit on your VLE, and we look forward to seeing that. On behalf of my colleagues, Additional Dr. Bello, Professor Enegbedion in absentia, I would like to thank everyone for your participation. Thank you. Over to you, moderator.
A resounding applause for the resource persons for this fantastic session. It wasn't as scary as some of us thought it would be. It was very, very interactive and very, in fact, we're all learning. In fact, even the moderators, the resource persons were also encouraging in their corrections. So I think we want to appreciate Professor Christine Ofulue, Dr. Adewale Adesina, Professor Enegbedion, and Dr. Lukman Bello for this wonderful session. And we've also taken the feedback, and we've been encouraged to even go beyond what we have done. So this brings us, we have in the next 25 minutes to wrap up. We are still within time, and I want to appreciate everyone, even the participants, the brave participants, for their participation. But currently, what we have now is the interaction. So like the participants want to hear from you, your general impression from this workshop, and probably then we're going to also have the feedback, evaluation from you, I'm sure you would have realized that before now, before the workshop, prior to the workshop, we had deployed like a questionnaire on your expectations. So now we're also going to deploy another questionnaire to find out from you, to evaluate the workshop. So it's a very short questionnaire, but before then, we'll take the interaction. We're in the interactive session from mainly the participants. We want to hear from you. Hello, Dr. Igwe, are you eager to say something? Hello, Dr. Igwe. Okay, maybe not. We'd like to call on Professor ACETEL. Would you want to tell us your, we're just interacting to know your impressions of the workshop before we go to the written one. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me, please?
Please, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Yes, I just want to commend the organizers, the NOW team and the ACETEL team that put this workshop together. It was really quite revealing. Initially, when I saw the notice for a 3 days workshop, so I was wondering 3 days. But along the line, I think it has come to reality. It was, to me, successful. Although for somebody like me, I was in between trying to combine one official, team with the program, but I still learned so much. Every day, just like Dr. Vivian said, we all learn every day. There are so many things I learned from this very workshop. So I can give you an experience. I once attended a training workshop for like 2 days somewhere, and then one of the outline our agenda for the program was this instructional design using video editing tool. And then most people were actually waiting to get to that stage because many people actually don't have enough capacity when it comes to video editing, particularly when it comes to online learning and ODL. So we are waiting. We got to that point, and then all what we just saw was theory, and people were wondering, give us the practicals, tell us how to do it, tell us the name of the tool, and that never came. So it was quite disappointing. So that's the reason why that very video editing tool, which Dr. Bello taught us yesterday, I just want to, commend him and the other teams as well. One of the things I learned was that video editing tool. Although I was in between trying to do some other official, but for that one, I have to say no, this very video editing tool, I'm interested. So I just want to appreciate the team members. All the presentations were wonderful. These are things you hardly find. You can't find them online and say in one package, But they all came, one by one, one program, one presentation, following each other. They were just so wonderful. So I'm so happy that I participated in this very 3 days workshop, and I have learned a lot. I have also jotted, because one thing I like doing is I don't just like listening. I also make jottings. I bought a notebook, a jotter for this very workshop. I jotted so many things, and I believe I'm going to, extend all the things we learned. I'm going to have a hands-on based on the notes that I took, so that I will have a full grasp of it. And just like one of the directors mentioned, 3 days is quite short, but thereafter, post-workshop experience and other things is definitely going to follow based on the jottings which I put down. So once again, I say thank you to all the team members. The QR codes, again, I've learned it today. The video editing tool, very key. Most things I saw on Coursera, e-learning platform, I can see how through this workshop. So I was able to know how Coursera did that. All of those powerful videos and powerful platforms. So from this 3 days workshop, I've learned a lot how Coursera was able to arrive at that their Coursera platform. Thank you all, and God bless. So one more thing, can this be an annual thing? Annual. I know it's a lot of effort. If it's annual, it will be interesting. So many universities have actually, pandemic opened the eyes of so many universities that ODL is possible, that e-learning, distance learning is possible. And most universities are now trying to go into that area in addition to their face-to-face and other blended learning. They are trying to. So this as a package will really be very helpful. If you want to even expand this kind of workshop and say you want to write to all universities to participate, in home and abroad, and all of them, what they just need to do is to join online. And you even want to earn some money from it, it is worth it. So thank you once more from the VC to all the team members. I say well done.
Thank you so much, Professor ACETEL, Professor of Computer Science in Covenant University, and I think currently the HOD of Computer Science. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
I want to invite the DSTN leader, no other person than Professor Meister Mbaye. He's currently with us. In fact, they've made this possible, and we want him to also interact with us. Professor Mbaye, Meister. Hello, Meister.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so good morning or good afternoon, everybody. My name is Professor Meister Mbaye. I am the head of ACETEL and the leader of DSTN, the Digital Science and Technology. I would like, on behalf of DSTN, start to congratulate all the ACETEL team. Actually, ACETEL is one of the greatest team, or one of the most active center in the DSTN. And there were a challenge on organizing this workshop, and you did it. Thank you very much for your commitment and all the things you are doing inside the network. We congratulate a lot. So we hope that people enjoyed the workshop. And we also, we are very, we will be very happy to support the next step of this workshop, the continue of this workshop. So that was the few words I would like to say. Congratulations to Grace, congratulations to all the team, Vivian, and all the participants of this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Professor Meister, because they are really supportive. They were the ones that made this happen. Thank you so much, Meister. And we're also encouraged by the support that you're already promising for the next one, because people are already asking. Thank you. Yeah. So we also have Dr. Amina Sambo, want to be very, want to have equity. Dr. Amina Sambo, are you with us?
I don't think so.
Please unmute and let us.
I don't think so.
Okay, I saw her.
Yeah, she appears to be there, but.
Dr. Sambo, she has unmuted.
Okay.
Okay, well, maybe the director will even want to make some comments before Dr. Sambo comes. Or no?
Okay. Thank you. The suggestions made on if this could be an annual activity was well said, particularly with Professor biomass around. And I think we had actually thought that, okay, we'll do this as the first one, and most likely we'll have a much larger one. So our participants and others, I think we will be able to host another one with the support of the DSTN next year. I think that's just what I would like to add to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Professor Grace Joktan. If Dr. Amina is not available, any other participant that will want to share his or her experience, we have Dr. Gershon raising up his hands. Dr. Gershon.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. For me, it's been a very enlightening experience, truly, over the last 3 days. All of the facilitators, the contents have been enriching, truly. They've brought to light some of the things we used to do before, but it makes it clearer now, and we can see how we can better apply it. If you allow me, I'll just make some suggestions. If it's possible, the aspects on video creation and some of those technical aspects, perhaps more time could have been assigned to them. So rather than wait till the end of the session to see what we're doing, if we could set out enough time, so when people are taught immediately, there's time for them to apply it and we show what we have done. Because sometimes after the training, managing different schedules and applying what has been done could be challenging. So I'm just suggesting let's try and set up more time, even though 3 days may seem to be a long time. So some people, 3 days truly is really small for the content that you have delivered to us. It's been, you know, very, very enriching. So that's one suggestion. Then the second one is perhaps some of the things we have done, like the material which I shared, if people could receive templates of what they're expected to do before the course. So people
Hello.
Dr. Moore.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So that people can prepare ahead. When some of these concepts are prepared ahead, then when we come to the training, then we can have hands-on application with what we have done. But all of the facilitators, thank you, professors. Very enlightening, very enriching, and I'm truly grateful to have been part of this. I hope you can have more of it. Someone has said every year, I think every 6 months, because there are several universities across Africa, because I teach in other African universities. Other universities outside Africa will truly benefit in addition to Nigerian universities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gershon. Your suggestions are very well noted and they're very relevant. Thank you so much. Okay, we also have we have Gausu Camara. Maybe he wants to say something. He's a DSTN coordinator and he has been hands-on, basically. He's the one that's initiated, and currently he's been with us also. Gausu, would you want to make some comments? I'm not able to talk. Okay, all right, thank you. But I can read out what he sent. He said, congratulations for the achievement of the activity. I apologize for not being able to join every time and to talk at the moment. I'm not able to talk at the moment. So, but he's congratulating both participants and the ACETEL team. And we're also congratulating the DSTN for making this happen. Dr. Amina is with us now. Dr. Amina, would you want to share your experience with us?
Dr. Wacha, you also have two people with their hands raised, two participants, Dr. Awodele and I think Dr. Igwe.
Okay, so Dr. Awodele, Professor Awodele, it's Professor Awodele, sorry. Professor Awodele is the professor of computer science in Babcock University.
Okay, my apologies, Professor Awodele.
Professor Awodele, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to join other participants to appreciate the management for putting this laudable and impactful program together. I'm also extending it to all of us. I tell you, it has been a rewarding experience.
and the skill, gathered will be used to further enrich my teaching. I also want to plead that let it not be too long before we have a refresher course, so that what we learn today, we can be building on it until we become expert. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, Prof, for those very warm remarks. Now we also have Dr. Igwe, Joseph Igwe. Please go ahead with your remarks.
Thank you, all the organizers. I really want to say that these 3 days has been a wonderful one, but for so many of us, the participation was not full because of engagement. And now that we have seen how impactful this is, maybe next one I will just take 3 days leave from my office to make sure I participate according to my satisfaction. So today I refuse going to work just to make sure that I learn. Yesterday I was on and off, nothing much learned, but today I refuse going to work just to participate. So I believe that the next time I will be prepared better on time, so that I will even take a leave from office, because those things are very, very interesting ones. Thank you so much. And I support that. I support that should not be.
Everybody's commenting.
Hello. Okay, Dr. Igwe, thank you so much for your comment.
Good afternoon. I don't know how to raise up my hand. I'm using my phone to log in. And
all right.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Dr. Amina. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me to share my experience. For me, I think it was a really nice learning opportunity. So this is some sort of train the trainer for facilitators. I wish I had this training before I even started facilitating with ACETEL, because all the components that I tried to do myself were being taught. And especially, I like the videos. You know, some people are audio learners, some are visual, and I've heard the professors and doctors all speak about it. So the how-to videos, for example, was really nice. The one especially the one when the staff was telling us how to download the software for doing presentations and all that. So I would like to encourage that if we have such videos, it can be shared with us at our own time, or maybe even if it's on YouTube or something, they can send the links to us, and at our own time, we can use it to refresh what we have learned or get around doing things. I also sincerely feel that we need a support group, right? Most of us are technology people, but it's still not easy with other commitments that we have. So if we can have a group where you can quickly ask questions and all that with the technical people. I know we have a number of groups out there, but for the technical bit. And I joined my other participants that said, it would be really nice for us to be having refresher courses. Yes, because so that we don't forget what we learned. And yes, I also wish there is a way we can make it so that we would have more concentration. Really here, first and second day, but today I was on because of commitments I had previously. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to now feel and also speak about being a proper instructor who has training in, what do you call it, blended learning. Thank you so much, ACETEL, and thank you so much, DSTN, for all that. Well done to the facilitator.
Thank you, Dr. Amina. Very, very warm remarks, good remarks, and then also the recommendations, well noted as well. Dr. Amina is both an academia and in the industry, currently in the National Information Technology Development Agency, one of the lead managers there. Thank you, Dr. Amina. Okay, so I think we've actually taken most of the comments. Other comments are still, okay, requesting for the slides on the ongoing presentations. I guess it's been shared on the VLE. Am I right, Dr. Adeshino? Dr. Bello? Hello?
We are going to do that after now. The slides will be made available today.
On the VLE?
Yeah, for today's on the VLE, especially for the presentations today. We have uploaded the previous presentations there already.
Okay, so thank you so much for your comments, but we also have a very, very important aspect of this workshop, which is your feedback, please. And it's just 5 minutes. It's a quick form. I'm dropping the link I'm sharing it with you on the chat so that you just click on it. Please, it won't take your time, 5 minutes topmost, and you're done. Very short questions to the point. Your gender and some comments that the answers are already. So just click on this link, 5 minutes, and then we wrap up. If you click on this link, it will take you to the questionnaire. You fill it, and then we take it from there. Just 5 minutes. I'm actually filling one now, and it's very few questions, 12 questions or 13. I hope you don't mind doing that. Please, it's very important since we actually want to have more of this and want to improve on what we've done. So if you don't mind, just 5 minutes. Have we been able to access the link? Hello?
Yes.
All right,
yes.
Please just kindly fill the form for us so that we'll be able to improve on what we've done and get the feedback.
Adewale's hand is up.
Okay, so Dr. Adewale, would you want to give some clarity on this form?
No, actually, Dr. Vivian, thank you. I actually want to seek your permission to share another form.
Okay, another form.
Which is basically to get the names of participants as it should appear in the certificates.
Okay.
We, of course, will after now go through to make sure that we check with the attendance as well as work done on the platform. And after that, the certificates will be issued and sent to individual people. But we just need your the names that it should appear. So I'm sharing that form at the moment. So kindly fill it as well. And I think we forgot a small detail, which is the email, so that we'll have your emails as well. I think we do have it in the registration anyway, so maybe it may not be necessary. But please, I'll share the link, fill the forms, your first name and surname as it should appear on the workshop participation certificate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adewale, for that. It's important so that the certificate will be your names will be appropriately filled. So please take time to do that. But I believe now on our forms, by now we should have filled the other one. Just 1 or 2 minutes more, and we'll continue. Okay, I think we should be done by now. Okay, so thank you so much. For those of us that have been able to fill the form, we appreciate. If you've not completed, Dr. Adewale, are you still raising your hand? Of the last one you did, Dr. Adewale? Okay.
Yes.
So thank you so much for those that have submitted the form. If you haven't done that, in less than 2 minutes, you'll be able to do that. So want to appreciate everyone. So now we are at the end of the workshop. And I mean, it's been so fruitful and successful, as the participants have actually said verbally, but we also want them to put down some of these details on the forms. And so without taking our time, we are aware that this workshop was made possible by the support of several people, and want to start by actually appreciating the management of the National Open University of Nigeria, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Olufemi Peters, for giving us an opportunity to have this, because if the approval wasn't obtained, we wouldn't be able to do that. We also want to appreciate the director of ACETEL, the African Center of Excellence on Technology Enhanced Learning, and Professor Grace Joktan, and the entire ACETEL team, and particularly the resource persons. The resource persons were drawn both from ACETEL and from the Directorate of the Learning Content Management System, Dr. Adewale Adeshino being the brain behind it. We want to appreciate Professor Christine Ofule, who is an ODL expert. We want to appreciate Professor Juliet Inebwedion for the wonderful presentations. She's a technology expert and educationist. We also want to appreciate Dr. Lukman Bello, who is really the expert on instructional design. In fact, he's brought, like we said, redefinition to the ODL for us. We want to appreciate him. We also want to appreciate so much, many thanks, a big thank you to the Digital Science and Technology Network for their wonderful support. Professor Meister Mbaye and Gausu Kamara, the DSTN leader and coordinator. We also want to appreciate, I want to believe that the IRD were also part of the partners for the ACE, the Research Institute on Sustainable Development from France. I want to appreciate the African Association of African Universities, AAU, and precisely the interpreters, because they are the ones that actually made it possible for this to be a real international workshop, because you can't say international if it's just restricted to your own region. So we've been able to reach out to other regions thanks to the support of the AAU and the interpreters. I saw Patrick, but I don't know, there was another interpreter also. We appreciate and we thank you so much. The wonderful participants and experts, because most of the participants that we have are actually really experts in their own sphere, both in the industry and in the academia. Most of them heads of units, heads of departments, and we believe that this training will be transmitted. I mean, they're going to disseminate what they've learned, and that's why they're actually asking for more. So we want to appreciate all the professors and the experts that have joined us from the various universities, Nigeria, Senegal, I think Ghana. I don't know whether there's any Gambian, but I know that from other regions, we've had participants. I want to really appreciate all of you for being wonderful participants. And of course, back end, we want to also appreciate all the technical team for their support and the admin. We have someone who is his face is not shown, Mr. Chidi Nwankwo. He's the admin lead team for ACETEL. He's not here, but he's been doing fantastic. I mean, he's done all the nitty-gritty for this workshop. We appreciate him. So also the M&E, the monitoring and evaluation, who has also anchored the sessions and also has been here throughout. We appreciate all of us. I want to congratulate the participants for being able to get to the end of this wonderful training and workshop, not just training, but workshop, because it's really hands-on and very intense. We appreciate all those who have contributed, those that are here and those that they're not here, but they were part of the success of this workshop. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right.
Okay, I guess we can declare the workshop closed, Dr. Vivian.
All right. So, okay. So on behalf.
Sorry to interrupt. Are we still taking the picture? It's already been taken.
Okay. Okay. Picture. Hello.
Yeah.
Dr. Adewale, are we taking some pictures?
No, we did that yesterday.
Okay, all right.
We did that yesterday.
All right, so on behalf of the ACETEL team, the director and her wonderful team, hello, okay. Is somebody trying to say something? So on behalf of the director, ACETEL, Professor Grace Joktan, and the wonderful ACETEL team, we want to say a big thank you to everyone. And like we've all agreed, we'll see same time, maybe in the next 6 months or next 12 months as DSTN will support. Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Bye.
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 Bye.